Hey guys, welcome back to TBMOTH and Thought. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking, go and get that. No, this is a pre-show. I don't have to do that. How is everyone doing? Is my mic on? Is this thing recording? Well, I forgot who said that. Is, is this thing recording? Electrolytes. I don't think I'm at my best right now. Someone said coffee, LOL. All right. So I got an email. And I was talking to we had a conference call in the Discord. I can't obviously talk about what we talk about in there, but we had a conference call and I was kind of going through it and I was telling someone, but I need to say this. Stop the whining. I'm going to need you to stop the whining. I got an email and someone said, essentially, as a man, as a Black man, why is it that I was creating programs for women to learn about resume and cover letter and things like that? I promise when I was reading it, I didn't understand where they were coming from because literally anyone, absolutely anyone, can sign up for these seminars. Now, to be fair, it disappeared in like 30 minutes. So, like, I get that. But this idea that I developed it for women is not true. This idea that you couldn't have been a part of it is not true. And also, you can create your own programs. Like, you can do programming if you want. It's like essentially free. So I don't like that. There was something about the agenda to make men feminine. I don't care. So I'm not even going to get into that. Um, so that I'm not going to talk about that. There's something else that I said I wanted to talk about, but I'm going to ignore that. While y'all are sitting around complaining, the truth is, like the honest truth is, the women seem to like all these men are like, oh my God, this is happening and I don't want to do this. All of these complaints when like these women just want to drink, they just want to sip mango juice. These women just want to sip mango juice. That's like y'all are saying these women are out here trying to be feminists and blah blah blah. Meanwhile, a lot of these women just like literally are like, look, I just want to sip mango juice off of you know what. Anywho, so that's the opening. Oh, I had a video that I wanted to play. It's a short video on the last live, so I'm going to take this opportunity to play this video because we didn't get to it. We did not get to it. Weird. You told everyone when the workshop was going to be held. We ran and signed up. That's not our fault that we take opportunities when they show up. Yeah. And I mean, hopefully, most people already knew some of it. If some of it was a refresher, it's not like this was like an in-depth analysis of anything. Like if you miss it, it's not that way. Sin was Sin's live with everything, and now the great wait. Sinchi was live. I didn't. I definitely put a reminder. Let me check. Wait. So, all right. Sinchi and I have a problem because I put a reminder and like I don't remember what time earlier today while I was working. I went on there and it said 2 hours. Um, yeah, I got off to come watch you. Sid, I went on your live and set the reminder. I went back there, so responde, no notification. I looked at it and it said 2 hours. I looked up on my screen and went to back to work, cleaning up everything so I can like actually watch. I looked down and it said live in 24 hours. I promise you, at some point, your live said live in 24 hours. And so I was like, oh, okay. And then I put it. I changed the time. Like, all right, all right. I was like going crazy. All right, all right. I can't believe I missed it now. Like I literally saw the well, not the title. I was looking at the I was looking at the screenshot that you had. My brother is so far gone. All right, got it. All right. Anyway, let's get back to this then. So I saw this. I actually emailed the library to find out if there was any way to authenticate this video. It was supposedly from the 1960s, right? So this video is from the 1960s. It's 4 minutes long. Let me speed it up a little bit. And let's watch it together and then we'll get, this has nothing to do with the show. I just wanted to show there was a conversation in California amongst Black people regarding the influx of other Black people. And I actually kind of find this fascinating.
We discussed the problem. If you recall, in our last meeting, we discussed the problem of integrated housing, and we found out that almost 1,700 Negroes are moving into Los Angeles a month. By 1970, there'll probably be 1 million Negroes in this city. And I know that people are concerned about this. They may not talk about it very often, but I certainly heard them shudder in church when he said there'd be 1 million Negroes in Los Angeles.
We shudder because we were saying, in essence, the majority of these people are not like we are. And we felt that maybe some of us felt we left the South because we were getting away from this problem. We are part of this exodus too. But we are a little maybe embarrassed by the fact that here we're going to have a mass element come in that's going to create a tremendous social problem in the community to which we find a great deal of difficulty in relating to.
Well, I don't want to sound like a do-gooder because I really am not, and I'm somewhat of a snob. But I do think that with these people coming in who are not our intellectual.
By the way, they're saying that they don't want, it can't be turned up anymore. This is an old video. They're saying they don't want other Black people come in their neighborhoods. This gentleman just explained why they don't want other Black people to come into their neighborhoods because they're going to come in there with crime and everything else. Now, this lady is going to speak. She already started off by saying something about not being intellectually equal. But there is a distinction happening.
Nor are they of our sociological bracket. They're not to be a handicap to us. They'll find their own level. Now, I do sound like a snob, but I don't mean it this way. But they're used to living a certain way, and they too might rise up above their origin and might one day be our associates.
The whole tone of this meeting is aware.
All right. So she said they might not be our intellectual or socioeconomic equal, but they, like us, can rise to the occasion and learn, right? She was being condescending, but note, the guy was like, why are they coming here? We don't want them here. They're going to bring a bunch of stuff. She goes, okay, they might not be all that, but they can rise. They just need opportunities. Let's hear some more. I'm sorry it is so low. I wish I could turn it up. This is all that it got. This is all it has.
They're setting ourselves up as little puppet Jesuses. We can't help anyone else until we help ourselves. The Negro has had two professions, his own medicine, dentistry, or law, or psychiatry, and he's had the profession of being a Negro. And many of us have come out here to escape from this second profession of being a Negro.
That's what I wanted you to hear. He said, many of us have come out here to escape the second profession of being a Negro. He essentially is saying that he does not want other Black people to be around him, and they don't want them there. Now, there is a very specific distinction happening in this meeting. The women are saying these people coming in might be able to change, and if we give them an opportunity, they will go. These men are saying absolutely not. These men are like, absolutely not. These men said, no, we don't want them here. We do not want them here. And we actually left and we created our little life out here so that we could escape our second job of being a Negro. The argument about classism is not new. Nothing about it is new, right? Like, we all know this. But as I was watching the script, there's more, but I don't want to bore you guys because we actually have a lot to get into. Because I didn't know. I mean, I knew Red Pill had a sort of very specifically right-leaning agenda, right? But I didn't understand to what extent the Black manosphere was fighting, quote unquote, to be to be Republican. I didn't know that was a thing. I literally, like, I mean, I knew some people were, and I think the conversation is actually more nuanced. And I'm willing to engage in critical analysis of what is happening in the manosphere, and we're about to. But I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know that the manosphere is predicated on sort of moving out of the Democrat Party and going to the Republican Party. And I know someone came on here and said it, and I just bursted out laughing. So yeah, this is interesting. It's exactly what is happening in Atlanta. LOL. Period. It is. All right, but I have to mix in the dense stuff with some humor. Hopefully, I don't know if it's some humor, but like, question. Thank you, Efri. Why are y'all mad? Why are y'all mad at Young Miami? I know exactly what Young Miami is talking about. I don't know why anyone is mad. When Young Miami said she's going to be the next Black Oprah, I understand what she's saying. Now, if you ask me to explain what she's saying, I can't explain it, but I know exactly what she means when she said she's going to be the next Black Oprah. Leave this woman alone. For everything you can drag Young Miami for every reason she's given you to say she's not thinking about this thing fully, this is not one of them. When she said she's going to be the next Black Oprah, I know what she means. I don't know how to explain it, but I know what she means. Now, the question is, will she be the next Black Oprah? The answer is probably not, right? Probably not. But when she said she's going to be the next Black Oprah, leave her alone. I know what she means. All right. So I think it's time. I was going to talk about Tory Lanez, but I've decided I won't. Character evidence and the rules against character evidence when it comes to proving someone is willing to engage in a behavior is generally excluded, but for the defense trying to claim that this person is not a bad person as a general matter, and so because the defense attorney might be doing this in the case, they're probably going to pull all of it in. The fact that he attacked someone is just, look, Tory Lanez is going to Tory Lanez. I don't. No one cares. No one should care. Let's move on. All right. So there is an election going on. I have not been following it at all. Like, I don't know what's happening in Georgia at this point. Like, I literally don't. My family needs to call me and let me know what is happening. But Stacey Abrams in July, this was like in July, she was visiting an Atlanta barbershop, and she was trying to get Black male voters. And I think so. If Black men in America as a collective are becoming politically activated, I think that is a great thing. I think it is an amazing thing if Black men are thinking, okay, we need to infiltrate the political system, we need to take control of the political system. And even if, even if they're not trying to take control, I think wanting to influence the political process is a good thing generally. So, what are their politics? What are the policies that they're advocating for? I think these are very important questions to ask. But before we get into what they're asking for and and, and what is being said, let's skip and go to a very frustrating stats that keeps coming out, right? If it is the case that Black people generally are all in the middle class, if it is true, and I'm talking about politically activated people, but from that I'm extrapolating and I'm talking about everyone in America, the 13.6 or 14% of the population that is classified as Black or African American, if this group is predominantly middle class, someone is lying about something, right? Someone is lying about something. So I've heard that over 50% of Black men are in the middle class. That is not what the study says. The study actually says that 51 reaches the middle class. When you get to looking at the study, which we're going to do in a moment, we're going to do it like now. When you look at the study, it is when you're in your 30s as a Black man, and also if you have any interaction with the law with a negative outcome, then your chances of going into the middle class drops to under 30%, right? If you don't have an education, your chances drop from 50 to in the 40s. If you are not married, your chances drop, right? If you don't have a full-time job, your chances drop. I'm going to keep the full-time job out of it, right? If all of these things are true, all you need to do is get a checklist, right? And tick off the things that would put you in the middle class or have a correlation of people being in the middle class, right? Correlation, not causal relation to being in the middle class, right? Now I want to look at this stat so that we can look at it together. This, by the way, it was reported also on the CDC. The guy who wrote the study is annoying. Well, let me not say that. All right. What do you guys notice? What do you guys notice regarding the likelihood of being in the middle class as it relates to marriage? I'll wait for it. I don't know if you guys can see. Let me zoom in some more. Let's zoom all the way in on marriage. And this is specifically for Black men. This was specifically for Black men. So hopefully you guys can see. Education, yes. The higher your education is, the more likely you are to move up in terms of the socioeconomic bracket, right? So if you were married once and you remain married, the chances of going in the middle class and staying in the middle class even until you're 50 is 71%. You have a 71% chance, correlation, not causation. Well, there is some causal nexus here, and I'm going to explain the causation in this study, right? It says that your chances of being and going into the middle class increases when you marry and when you're married once. Now, if you have been divorced and you remarried, the chances is still over 50, it's 68%. If you have been divorced, it is 44, but if you've never been married, it's a 20% chance that you will make it to the middle class. Now, the military is also important. The likelihood of getting in the middle class increases for Black men specifically when they enter the military. Now, when they leave the military and when they age, there's also a problem there, right? Locus of control. If you have an internal locus of control, the likelihood of doing better increases. If you have an external locus of control, the likelihood of doing well and getting in the middle class decreases. These are all common sense stats. But on the marriage bit, we need to do some reading because it is frustrating. Oh, the rock girl should be here. I wish the rock girl was here to help me read. Instead of reading it, then I am going to. Is the rock girl here? No. All right. I'm just going to summarize it. Let's do this. Black men make it to the middle class essentially through marriage. When they do get married, under 30% of Black men get married, but when they do, the likelihood of getting into the middle class increases. The reason why this happens is that they combine income. You heard me. Did you hear me? Did you hear me? The research here indicates that 70% of Black men, when they get married, move. Can you drop the link to the research? I thought I did. Did I not? I literally copied it and put it in there. Mm-mm. I thought I did. Tell me when it comes up. Please let me know when it comes up. So it is a combination of your income and your wife's income that puts you into the middle class. This is a direct causal nexus between Black men and the middle class, that is, marrying. So, and combining income. It's not just marrying, because the question could be, well, you could get married, but it doesn't indicate that you are going in the middle class because of your wife's income. It could be that people who are in the middle class typically marry each other. No, that's not it. The research says that it's through combining of income that lands people into the Black men in the middle class. So this idea that your job doesn't matter is a lie. It is a lie that the people who are touting that most Black men are in the middle class actually don't understand that the reason the number, well, under 30% married, even if we cut that into half and say 10% are the ones who are in the middle class, if you remove that 10% that gets the income from their wife or combine the income to be in the middle class, you would literally drop out. It wouldn't be over 50% because it's literally just 51 in their 30s. Like, don't forget that, because then you drop out of the middle class usually after your 30s. And I don't, well, which by the way is very directly opposite to what happens in other community. About the more experience you have, the more likely your status, socioeconomic status, is to increase over time. I'm going to slow down the chat. I just realized it is moving quickly. Give me 2 seconds. And that doesn't even say anything about the study coming out of Harvard and all these institutions. We talked about this earlier, where even young people young men starting at the same level in the middle class and upper class, and the top quartile of socioeconomic standing, fall out in comparison to their white counterparts. And those who are at the bottom are unlikely to move up. This is not the case when you compare Black women to white women. Now, there could be other reasons, all kinds of reasons for this, right? So my issue is, someone said they didn't get the link. Someone said they did not get the link. I don't know why All right, here it is. Please let me know if you get it. I can see it on my end, so I'm not sure why you guys can't. Um, I'm so sorry. I'm trying to figure out what's happening, but I don't know what's happening. Oh, you guys said you got it. All right, good, good. Right. So the reality is, it's not, this is how many, what percent of men are in the middle class. It's what percent of men get to the middle class. The question is, do they stay in the middle class? That is more important than whether or not you get to the middle class. Like you can get somewhere and then have to move, right? I think it's important that the people who read this, and by the way, I went into this research because I wanted, in the best faith ever, to find some source that indicate that this is what is happening. The research here is questionable. It is questionable on a lot of fronts, even regarding the fact that it is self-reported, but they also relied on a longitudinal study, so that gives it some kind of legitimacy. But it is also written and explained in a way that is not very user-friendly, in that it does not define the middle class in terms of income at all. So if you go through this, you won't find you will not find a numerical value on the middle class. Now, this could also be a good thing, because if it is a longitudinal study and it's looking at multiple different groups over multiple different areas, then it makes sense that it won't have a specific number, because the median income is going to vary from state to state and city to city. So, I mean, I think it's an interesting write up. It does nothing but highlights the fact that the Moynihan report, in terms of military, let me leave that alone. Welcome, Onyx. Welcome. All right. That's not what I came in here to talk about. Look, yeah. So middle class, by the way, could be 35,000 in a random state somewhere. You know what I mean? And I think, I don't know. I don't have a problem with this, by the way. I know for a fact that our understanding of how you reach the middle class, what is the middle class, varies from state to state and person to person. And the study seems to want to encapsulate more of that. It is older. This is the, if I am giving you the best argument, this is it. This is the best argument I could find to say that Black men aren't doing poorly, and we're in the middle class. This is the, if you find something better, please provide it to me. Black men are in the middle class when they marry and combine income, when they get an education, when they get in the military, when they do not engage negatively with the law, the legal system, and when they go to church. There is also a separate one that was included in the study, and this was low. Sorry. This was locus of control, right? If you have an internal locus of control, which means that you see yourself as part of the world and that you have the opportunity to affect the world and your life, then you are likely to do well. If you have an external locus of control, you think the world and everything happens to you, and you blame everyone else and everything else for the outcome in your life, the chances of doing well goes down. Now, I am pretty sure a lot of people are going to have problems with that. I don't care. I'm just here to report what the studies say. So take that. Please read it. I would love to hear the manosphere actually talking about this study, and also say Black men get in the middle class by marrying people who can give them a combined income to have up to whatever the median income is for that state. So marriage is good for Black men because it increases the likelihood of them getting in the middle class, at least financially. And that is that on that. You're welcome. That is my good deed for the day. So now let's get into some mess. Someone said, good luck with that. Make contributions to society. Theme is trying to give them a trophy for participation. Period. Look, let's get into what Stacey Abrams was saying in this barbershop, and let's get into this mess.
Not enough to get elected if you don't do the work. And so my mission is to not only show up when I need you, it's to show up when you need me. We need a government who actually sees our people and has a plan.
All right, I didn't realize there was like music over it, so I'm not about to do that. I'm not about to play that because I didn't know. Stars above the Emerald Forest, thank you. She was telling them that they should show up for her and vote for her, essentially. I'm not about to play that. But let's look at this panel discussion, and then we'll get into the manners we're talking about voting and Republican and why they need to be Republicans.
Coming up, I want to turn to Georgia, which is on everyone's minds because less than 2 months out from the midterms, and at the center of the conversation among many Black men. That rarely happens, and I want to center Black men today. Right now, we could be looking at a split ticket. Senator Raphael Warnock is leading in his race against Herschel Walker, but Stacey Abrams is behind Governor Kemp. Now, Abrams says if Black men vote for her, she'll win. But the math ain't really math in there. And I know Roland has a lot of thoughts about that. I want to bring into the conversation Cliff Albright. He's the co-founder of Black Voters Matter Fund. And Terrence Woodbury, he's a Democratic pollster and CEO and founding partner of Hitch Strategies. Cliff, I do want to start with you since you're on ground there in Georgia. We'll get to the debate between Walker and Warnock in a second. But just being on ground there, Cliff, what do you make of that? Like, are Black men large in number enough to decide this race for Stacey Abrams? Or is this just a headline that's, more yellow journalism and sensationalism than truth?
Yeah, good morning, Tiffany. Great to be here with you. Obviously, Black males, Black men voters make up enough of a block where we can be a part of what the difference is. And we got to keep in mind, we're talking about a state where...
Okay, so this right here is the problem. And this is why I do think activating Black men to vote is a good thing for whatever party they decide to vote for. The thing is, while Black men overwhelmingly have voted Democrat, there has been an increase in voting for Republican. Actually, I think the Black men who voted for Trump in the last election was doubled, right? And so, it's still a small percentage, but it doubled. And so the question is, when Black men become politically activated, who do they vote for? And what are the policy prescriptions that they're looking to implement? Again, we will get to this. Sorry, I'm laughing, but I promise you it's not. Let's get it. I'm going to get through. Let's speed this up because this is not the mess. Let's speed this up so we can get through this into the mess.
In the presidential election in 20, the difference was famously those 11,700 votes that Trump was trying to find someplace. So in a situation like that, yeah, Black men as a voting bloc can be a big part of the equation. And, whether or not they come out, we come out, Black men in Georgia come out and support Stacey at the same rate that Black women do is a legitimate question. Now certainly Black men aren't going to bear the brunt of what happens in this election on their own, no more than Black women should bear the brunt of it. Some white folks could have to wake up and actually do the right thing in the state if they wanted to move forward. But I think that it is smart to raise this issue because at the end of the day, and we hate to admit it, but there is some number of Black men that will just just refused to vote. It's the sexism, it's the patriarchy that just refused to vote for a woman, whether that woman is Stacey Abrams or whether it was Hillary Clinton in 16. And that's an issue that we have to address. Again, that's not the majority of us. It's not a plurality of us, but we have to address that. And we have to be willing to call that out and call it what it is.
Yeah. Well, Terrence, you're on ground doing work, doing polling there. And so I think Cliff raises a really good point, which I want to dig into. But Terrence, I want to ask you just for the math part, because I don't know that it's fair to lay this at the feet of Black men and say, yeah, you guys cost us the election, because Black men overwhelmingly vote Democratic. And so as a pollster, I'm curious your take on this conversation around Black male voters in Georgia.
Yeah, thank you for that, Tiffany. You know, the truth is that the Democratic support gap between men and women is not unique to Black voters. There's a gender gap amongst all voters where men are more likely to vote conservative. Now, when you look at the math here, Stacey Abrams lost in 2018 by 55,000 votes. Had Black men voted for Stacey Abrams at the same rate as Black women, she would have had 120,000 more votes. So there is math there. The challenge is that since 2018, Republicans have doubled down on their efforts, coordinated and expensive investments, targeting Black men, targeting men of color. And in 2020, we saw Donald Trump double his margins amongst Black men in Georgia, a difference of 307.
All right. That's all I wanted to get to. So Stacey Abrams is trying to get Black men to vote for her. Black men are increasingly deciding to go Republican. And now we have a quandary, right? I think that it is, Afro Butterfly, in the poorest region, 1K a week after taxes is middle class. So 42 net, 70 gross men for the South, 1.5 for up North. In my opinion, is 3K. No. I'm going to break down the sort of calculation, not no to you, thank you, but break down how median income and then middle class is broken down, because one of the things you need to put in your calculation is the makeup of the household, like children, and that actually change how much you would need per family and per home. But I do get your point. All right. The question is, when it comes to politically activated, is it a good thing? There are questions, I think, around what is good politics and what is bad politics. In my endeavor to talk about politics, I try not to tell people how to vote. The reason is, I don't think either party is great. I actually think one is much, much worse in terms of racism. But I'm not going to tell you how to vote. I am going to say, let us figure out what is the best in terms of what our agenda is and who can move it forward. That's what I'm going to say. So the best way to do this, in my mind, is to figure out what it is that we want and how we can get as close to it, if we don't get exactly what we want, how we can get as close to it as possible. What team, Democrats or Republican, are going to push the envelope in the direction that we want them to go in? That's the question I'm going to ask, right? Now, it's interesting to me. I don't believe any of the parties going to give us, as if I'm going to be included, reparations, right? I do not think that the U.S. government is going to give reparations in terms of cash. I wish they would, but I don't think it's going to happen. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think they're going to happen. However, the same people who are saying they want reparations are the same people that say they want to vote more Republican. I am confused as to why you think you're gonna wait. I am confused why you think Republicans are gonna give you reparations. No, I'm not saying reparations is why you should vote, right? I'm also not saying that you should vote Democrat. I'm saying you should work backwards from that which you want, right? So the people, let's jump into this panel right now. the same people who are arguing that they should not have to vote Democrat and that they would vote for Kanye West and they're going to vote for Trump and all of that are the same people saying they want reparation, right? Instead of, we're going to get to this clip, but instead of not starting there, I am going to start there. Let's go to where a young lady hopped up on the panel and said, hey, I like you guys. Women can't lead. Women should never lead. I don't believe in women leading. She said all of that. And then she said, okay, you guys are the leaders, king, queens, mango juice and all. Y'all are the leaders. Tell us what you want. And let's hear, take your notes out. Where's my pen? Take your notes out. We're taking notes. We're going to treat this like a research project, right? Listen to what they want, right? I don't like. I decided I didn't want to show people's picture like videos, but I'm going to do it. Whatever.
To do things specifically for black males or the black community, how are you going to, they don't care about the black male vote. The black male vote doesn't exist to them.
No, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Chrissy, go ahead.
Yeah, if you were to say specifically what black men, like to the men on the panel, what black men want, like when you're looking at a
Hey, Marie. Hope you're doing well. I saw your video today. I'm here for you living your best life. You don't have to be an activist 100. I just want to watch you all talk. So loved your video today. I just wanted to say that. I loved your video today. More of that.
candidate, and as you say that they pander to black women, what they want, would you say what black men, like to the men on the panel, what black men want, like when you're looking at a candidate, and as you say that they pander to black women, what they want, would you say what do black men want from a candidate, from a leader, like presidential or mayoral, state, federal? What do black men need specifically? That would be
what do they want or what do they need?
I guess
because what they want is Lil Wayne with the suit on.
Okay, what do they need? What do black men need to move them in any direction? What are black men looking for, from the political arm?
Chrissy, reparations. You bought that country. Reparations. That's what you need. Number one, reparations. You bought that country. You owed reparations.
And I'll say non-biased opportunity.
Non-biased opportunity. Are you talking about business? Are you talking about jobs? What are you talking about specifically?
In my case, I would have to say business and jobs.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that sums it up. I think that's what most black men,
I
what do you think, Danny?
I love the new DA in Atlanta. Get these Pookies and Ray Rays off the street. Get them off the street. Get Pookie and Ray Ray off the street because they're tearing this up and making it hard to do business. Get them off the street. That's another one.
Okay. All right. I think it's important to, I guess, find a way to verbalize that as a collective. I know someone was saying that, the money is not there, but it would have to be grassroots, I would assume.
But that's what I'm saying, Chrissy. Men typically, here's the problem with masculinity, the way it's presented to us in the West. If men were to try to create some sort of coalition, it's frowned upon. Men are not, even when men voice their opinions or voice their displeasure with things, they're shouted down,
So they just want to complain. All I heard is I want to complain. All I heard is there was nothing about education. There was literally nothing about education. Those kids that y'all are talking about, oh, fatherhood, blah, blah, blah. There was nothing about custody at all. At all. If you didn't hear, they said they wanted reparations. Now, I am not sure how you are going to get reparations out of the Republican Party, because the same people who said they want reparations, this same panel is going to say that they want to vote. We'll get into how they're going to vote, because we're going to start this from the beginning. But again, I said we needed to start from what it is that we want and work our way back, right? The first question should have been, what do you want? What do you want? And what they say they wanted was reparations. All right. I don't think Republicans are the party to go to for reparations. My opinion, I could be wrong. You might know something that I don't know, but reparations, right? Non-biased opportunities. I don't know, like the government already makes it illegal to discriminate based on race, right? Now, people have their own biases. I don't know how you're going to legislate someone's mental processes. All right. And two, get Pookies and Ray Rays off the street. I think everyone would agree with this, right? If Pookies and Ray Rays aren't committing crimes, then I'm not sure why you want them off. But to the extent that that's part of the whole Pookie and Ray Ray thing, then I get it. So you need another Biden crime bill. Wait, so yeah, you need another Biden crime bill. You need another tough one. All right, period. Wait. It is this inconsistency that I don't understand. It is this inconsistency that I don't understand. We're like Erica, Lil Wayne with a suit, right? I'm ignoring that because I'm like, okay, maybe they're joking. But on a panel, on a 2-hour-long panel where you guys are discussing politics, the fact that you don't have any policy prescription is ridiculous to me. It is absolutely ridiculous that there is a 2-hour conversation, a 2-hour and 30-minute conversation about why Black men need to stop voting Democrat and start voting Republican, that there is no policy prescription. Zero, nada. I will say that it is encouraging to see that there are Black men actually engaging in discourse around politics. Like, I actually do fundamentally appreciate that so much. And I went into this with an open mind where I'm going to sit through and say, okay, I will go through, and at some point, I'm going to hear what they wanted. And I promise you, I watched this twice. I watched this 2-hour and 30-minute live twice because I didn't want to miss anything, right? We're going to watch some of it. But that was the only time it came up where a woman who they say you shouldn't listen to in this live had to ask the panel, hey, what do you guys want? What is it that you want? Please let us know what you want. They wanted reparations, non-biased opportunities, and Pookie and Ray Ray to go off the school, off the street. To all the writers talking about they want their children, it didn't show up here. I'm not saying they didn't want it. It didn't show up here. These men are talking contradictions. Their talking points. Their talking points cross cancel each other out like fractions. All right. I mean, the one part of this that seems like a policy prescription is reparations, right? Reparations seems like a policy prescription. Now, with that frame of thought, with that mind frame, let's hear the conversation or some of the conversation regarding their policy and who they want to vote for.
Only hear that in the Black American ADOS FBA community. Shit is weird. But anyways, we got to gas them up. Come on, gas them up. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, gas them up.
Hey, what's going on, Dynasty?
Yo, what's good, bro? Go ahead.
So yeah, look, man. Basically, you pretty much been saying it all. Like, Nigeria's gonna have an election, right? My question to you is, do you think that Nigerian men are gonna sit there and say anything about their wives telling them if they don't vote a certain way that they can't have peace or they can't do anything? And I'll be honest, no shot at you, but you do it sometimes too. I want to hear the woman's opinion, and I'm just like, it's no disrespect to women, but why do you think? Go ahead.
Hold on. So I have a platform. So the women are more than welcome to come in. I'd like to hear their opinion. That doesn't mean I'm going to listen to it. That doesn't mean they're going to talk to me any type of way. But hey, listen, they're more. I want everybody to participate. I put the link in the chat room for a reason. I want people to call in, and I want everybody to participate, men and women. That goes for the men. You're more than welcome to call in and give your opinion. That doesn't mean I'm gonna listen. But hey, this is an open platform. It's an open floor. I believe in balance. But if I disagree with you, I'm gonna let you know. And
no, I'm not saying that you don't have an open platform. I'm saying in reference to conversations about masculinity and things of that nature. And again, there's nothing wrong with having conversations with women, and women should shut up and not talk. No, I'm not saying anything like that. But
right. Yes, and real quick, not to cut you off again. Audrey Kimmy said something in the chat room. She's correct. This isn't a technically this is not a red pill manosphere channel. It's not. This is not.
Fearless Fund 10K grant application closes today. I didn't know this. I don't qualify for anything, so thank you. I'm gonna keep this up so people can see it. Yeah, they did say, look, I let women participate, but I don't listen. I let y'all participate, but I don't listen.
This is not that.
But I'm not here for red pill manosphere, Dynas. I'm not.
Again, women are more than welcome to call in and give their opinion. I have no problem.
But they know that already. Right. They know that. And what I'm saying is, again, Dynas, what I'm saying is this. When it comes to topics and conversations on masculinity, I'm not saying that women shouldn't call in. No one's saying that. I have a channel. Women call in. My co-host is a woman, right? Shout out to her, Tanzan. What I'm saying, though, is this. When it comes to topics of masculinity, I am challenging and pushing for the black men in America to stop listening to the women in their community. Do what the hell you want to do. A woman cannot tell you what it is to be a man. She doesn't have balls. A woman doesn't have testicles. So women say, some women will come on the panel, and I'll end with this. They'll come on the panel and they'll say, oh, you sound hurt. Oh, you sound weak. Oh, you're not a real man. And I'm like, great, I don't care what you think about masculinity because you don't know what it's like to be a man. Like the Drake said, you wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Until you out there in the trenches with me, then I might consider your opinion. But if you're not out there in the trenches with me, especially on topics of masculinity, it's crazy that you got grown men will say, I want to know what the women think. Why the hell is she a man? No, she's not a man.
Are those the same men who are loud and vocal with their opinions on women? Yeah, they are. They absolutely are. I'm so that where are the men telling women how to be? Period. Prince Spidey and Sinji are on the same wavelength. These are the same men with literally telling y'all how to be feminine. It's not funny. It's really not that funny. I'm just thinking I think he's actually serious about not listening to women on these issues while still telling them how to be a period. Remember to like the video. I was gonna say like, share, comment, and subscribe, but I don't think I should. Just like the video. Thank you.
She can't tell you what it is to be a man, but that's just my thing. And so when it comes to this Stacey Abrams thing, again, black men are being bullied and cajoled into voting for this, ephemeral nonsense of it's blackness or it's black women's rights and all this other stuff. And like you said,
the rock girl, you were here. I was looking for you to read earlier.
What are they really doing for black men? What are they doing for the black community? When you start asking these questions, because I've had conversations with black women. I was on the Swahili Nation podcast, and I was talking with an African-American woman. I said, hey, can you tell me 3 things Donald Trump did that was terrible to black people specifically? She couldn't answer anything. She couldn't give me one thing. I said, give me 3 specific things that Donald Trump did. And I'm not a Trump fan. I don't care Republican or Democrat, but I said, sister, please give me 3 things that Donald Trump did during his presidency that affected black people. She couldn't answer it. So at that point, as black men in America, if you are following women like that, I got to stop listening to them. It doesn't mean you're sexist, doesn't mean it's red pill, doesn't mean it's manosphere. A guy from freaking Yemen doesn't care what his women think. The guys in Afghanistan don't sit there and say, I wonder what the women think. Of course they do. They want to make sure that women are taken care of. But when it comes time for male issues, they're not sitting down there consulting with women about that. Even if you go to the village, you have women's associations and you have men associations. I can't put on a bra No disrespect to anybody. I can't put on a bra and join my grandmother's women's association in her village and say, I feel like one of you, they're going to laugh in my face. They're going to say, gas them up. Have you ever had a period? Do you know what a period feels like? Do you know what it feels like to put, what do you call it? The Tampax inside your vagina? That's what they're going to ask me. I said, no, I don't know what it's like. So again, why do we keep in this country? Why is it that we got to always hear what the so-called women got to think? That's not sexist. And the crazy thing, and I end with this last sentence, white men don't even follow that. White boys run their household. So I'm just saying, I hope black men don't fall for the okie doke and do what you want. What are they going to do? Complain? Cry? Boo-hoo? Who cares? They'll get over it. That's just my little 3 cents on that.
Woo, that was a lot. Did a black woman hurt him, or was it the white man? Look, this man said he's being bullied by women. Wait, we get it. Trump mismanagement of COVID, my guy. So in terms of policy prescription, I'm not even going to get into that. I'm just saying, Betsy DeVos, right? In terms of education, Betsy, like we're not going to pretend like the tax cut that black people got benefits from that tax cut, right? We're not going to pretend like the Trump administration didn't roll back Obama era guidelines on school discipline that was predominantly aimed at black kids. We're not going to ignore the fact that the Trump Department of Education rescinded the Obama era guidelines for public schools consideration of race in terms of being on campus and admissions. We're not going to pretend like the DOJ under Trump didn't ignore all the civil rights. I'm sorry. I just stopped because I was like, I know where I stand politically, and I don't think it's fair for me to kind of push people politically. I don't think that's fair. I think everyone should have their own political stance, and I don't think I should sway you politically. Not it how they keep speaking for men who don't even like to talk to black men. Yeah, I mean, they keep talking about, oh, the white men this, the white men are leading in their homes. It's like, and why aren't you? Well, let me stop. All right, so what did he say? He said, women are forcing men to vote Democrat. So women are controlling men and making men vote Democrat. Black men are being bullied by women. He said they needed to be more like the guys in Yemen and Afghanistan. Wait, I can't believe I actually wrote. I can't believe I actually wrote this down. He said he didn't say they should be like. He said we shouldn't listen to women, and essentially that we should be more like the guys in Afghanistan and Yemen and stop listening to women. That's what I got. Those were the points made. Notice how they keep speaking from, yeah. Thank you, Sinji. Was the Central Park 5 exonerated 5 not enough? Look. No, I mean, look, I think if we listen closely, we hear what they want. Because if your goal is to be, let me stop. I'm not going to say anything about anyone's culture, but all right, so let's continue. Let's hear some more. This guy, I think, is British, so let's hear him.
Okay, go ahead, Jughead. Let me yourself.
Dennis, brother, thank you for having me on your platform. Dennis, welcome. Guest welcome, brother. And the chat, Trina Jackson, welcome, sister. I presume it's a sister. Yeah, look, Dennis, as you know, I'm not FBA, but as an interested observer.
Go ahead.
I'll put my points in. I'll guess what, 20%. Look, women should not be telling black men what to do. Okay, it's very, especially that tone of that scolding fishwife tone. It's very disrespectful to black men. I don't like it at all. You know, if you're gonna give advice, but don't scold and cajole and nag. We don't need that at all from our sisters. We need support. Or back us up or get out of the way. That's my agenda. And regarding Stacey Abrams, I know people like Kundalini, all these other idiots, Stacey Abrams, all the other backbenchers. Look, their tone is not appreciated by us. Tells about sort of the woman king, all this black people stand place, breaking their fingers. Don't do that. Because as Gasmont said, other men of other groups, don't let their women lead them. That's when they're successful. Look, for black men to get successful, we have to think like men. Patriarchy works. Come and say this, I don't care. Patriarchy works. Because we have to get that full strong male leadership. It doesn't mean that women have to say, no, that's not that at all. But other groups are led by the men. You don't find nations led by female. You never find that history. You know, strong women leaders in the past, individuals like Queen Nzinga, Boudica, Yaya Santiba, but there are few and far between. Nations are built by the men. Infrastructure, land, infrastructure, nations. That's what it will take. It's been led by the men. So people say, Abrams, stay in your place. If you want to give advice, stop nagging and cajoling. We don't need that nonsense. Our support us or step out the way.
All right. So he said, you guys need to back us up or get out of the way. Patriarchy works. We need strong male leadership. Do not let women lead. All right. If we need strong male leadership, what does that mean? If we need in the absence of having is the need. So the only reason you would need strong male leadership is because we don't have strong. Look, again, y'all might be mad, but I think they're like explaining what is happening. They say we don't have strong male leadership, and if they believe patriarchy works, the reason it's not working currently is because they don't have strong male leadership, and period. They want to control and oppress, absolutely. Present, hurry up and eat. So it is what it is. Like if you listen to it, you hear their truth coming out, right? Ignore the presentation, ignore the attack, ignore the degradation of just everyone that's not them. And you will hear a deep sense of sorrow and sadness and truth in there. Saying you need male leadership, like they're not going to say, oh, we are not strong men and we are not listening and we are not leaders. They're not going to say that. No one is going to say that. But saying we need strong leadership implies the rest that they don't have to say. So you can ask for what you want without ever addressing the ego, period. Is he American or from Georgia to be this man? Oh, look, it's a global... It's a global dust storm. Sorry.
Go ahead, Trina. Go ahead, Trina.
I just want to say this. With the Democrats, the liberals, it's really not a gender war with me. I personally think they're not doing anything for the Black community in general, and that's why I didn't vote for them. I didn't vote from the last election because when Obama got in office the first time, I was like, okay. Second time he ran and he was talking about the same stuff, I said, no. I mean, the liberals to me are about immigrants and LGBTQ issues. I mean, about 80% of Black Americans in this country went and voted for the Democrats. Where's our reparations? And we still can't get access to capital to start businesses. And they're helping
reparations ain't coming. It ain't coming. Go ahead.
Okay. They're not helping Black America. They're helping everybody else, giving all the money to the immigrants and everybody.
Y'all caught that, right? You remember how I started here and he said what he wanted was reparation? When she said reparation, he then responded, it ain't coming. You heard that, right? So when faced with the question of what Black men wanted, he said reparations, but he earlier, a couple minutes earlier, told someone else on the on the panel that reparations weren't coming. So why would you put that forward as kind of what the Black men want? I mean, they were all co-signing. So regardless, I'm just speaking about them as a collective at this point. You said it ain't coming, but that's what they're fighting for, period.
Else, but they're not doing nothing to help us. So why should I vote for a party that completely is telling Black people we don't care nothing about you? And they don't. That's all I have to say.
Okay, go. Thank you, sister. Go ahead, focus, man. Go ahead, focus, man. I'll meet you though.
Hey, Donis, how's it going?
I'm good, brother. How are you?
Pretty good. Big fan of yours, man. I've been watching you for years.
Didn't they just say they don't want to listen to women? They said they don't want to listen to. They said we don't want to listen to women. Women are the worst, essentially. Women have their own thing. She came up and she said, them not doing anything for Black people. Democrat is about LGBT immigrants and feminists, and they don't care about Black people. I think she meant to say Black men. But period. She came forward and conquered.
Man, travel all throughout Africa. You showed me how, like, you know what I mean, how to make your own way and make your money and just go out there and enjoy your life, man. I salute you.
I appreciate it. Brother, what are your thoughts on the documentary?
Well, at this point, man, I really believe that this political agenda was basically made
No. I said the documentary. What are your thoughts on the documentary?
Document, which one?
The one I put out. My documentary.
You know what? I haven't caught that one. I didn't catch the documentary. I didn't catch that one.
Oh, you gotta go by the documentary. I forgot. I know you're talking about. I know.
Oh yeah. Which was she was very, very disrespectful. Like, but yeah. So the same kind of like Black man wagging finger rhetoric is starting again. And I don't get it. Me personally, and I feel really bad to say this, because as a woman, you're kind of fed continuously, woman empowerment, X, Y, and Z. I don't want no woman leading me. I'm gonna be honest with you. It sounds horrible. It sounds horrible to say it, but I just don't, because when I see the whole transformer agenda, which was ushered in by women, when I see the abortion agenda, when I see the state of the community, that don't work. I would rather have Black men in roles of leadership. I don't think you should be asking to be a leader. They have a Jamaican saying that if you see a donkey, ride it. If you choose to be somebody donkey, they're gonna ride you. If you in a position where somebody is saying you can't come to the family.
Chris, her name was Tiffany Cross. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, Tiffany Cross. Yes, she was very, very disrespectful. And very condescending. And to me, she should have been shut down right then and there. But it's just like, you don't ask people for leadership. Whatever you think is the right thing to do, you do. That's just period. And those who have sense will follow, and those who don't have sense will get wrapped up in somebody else's manipulation. But that's just how I feel about it. I'm personally just kind of tired of the Black woman in front, Black man behind narrative. I think that has to change, but I think Black men have to change it. And to an extent, I agree with Gaston, just not give a damn what anybody else says, and just move forward in the way you feel to move forward. If they don't like it, then to hell with them. That's just how I see it.
All right, T. Khalid, go ahead, bro.
All right. Y'all were in the comments too hard. I was looking at the comments and not really taking notes. So what did she say? Oh, she said women should not lead. Women can be advisors, but they shouldn't be leaders. Black men, yeah. Wait. I have never seen someone threw themselves under a bus like this. I'm not, the thing is, I'm laughing because it's uncomfortable. But how do you so overtly degrade yourself on behalf of people? Like, I've never actually seen this. I'm not lying. I have never seen this sort of live where a woman is like, look, I think y'all should lead. I think y'all are the kings. I think that women can't lead and y'all should do it. Like, y'all just need to do it and we should be in the back. We should be the supporting role. I know it happens. I get it. I know a lot of people are traditional, but I've never seen it in this way. Like, you don't have to tell, well, all I hear is I can't lead, I won't lead, I don't want to try to lead, but you better not use your skill set and lead a woman. Let's wait for the dust storm to be over. We'll find a leader, signed by Mark Man. Period. But I think it's like, obviously it's not just men, right? Obviously there are women up here also co-signing that women can't lead and the problem is feminism. Like, obviously some women believe that. Everything else is the problem.
Hey man, my question is FBA men understanding this, because it just seems like a small percentage of black men are talking about this. I don't think the majority of FBA men are going to switch parties or abstain. I feel like they get shamed and they never fight back. You know, even on that panel with
we got some soft ass men in our community.
we do, man. And I was talking about this the other day, how even with the whole Black Lives Matter movement, man, this is a movement led by lesbian women who made it clear before they changed their statement that they didn't want black men involved in that at all. In fact, they wanted black men to be removed in the family. But yet FBA men are still marching behind lesbian women with their shirts, hands up, don't shoot, and giving them all this money and support and yelling Black Lives Matter. So the thing is, are FBA men going to wake up? That's the question. And to be honest, man, with the way the family structures is and no men in the home, I think a lot of FBA men are comfortable letting women lead and women tell them what to do. And if these women tell them, hey, you need to get in line and vote for the Democrats, I don't think FBA men are going to push back. Like, I mean,
oh, thank you. I didn't notice that. There's a lot of people in here. Not y'all in here with me nerding out about politics. Please remember to like the video. Thank you. Let me continue.
Just look at our black mainstream platforms like the Breakfast Club. Why isn't Charlamagne pushing back and saying, hey, you're not going to talk to us like that. You're not going to tell us how to vote. You're going to put a platform in front of us.
He kind of did to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris started rolling her neck and flipping her hair and snapped on her. You remember that?
Yeah. No, you know what? You're right. I remember that part, but I just feel like it's just it needs the pushback needs to be heard by much more black men. I hate relying on black celebrity men, but I feel like, especially when it comes to FBA, we only want to come out in favor of the Democrats. But when it's a situation like this, the men with the platforms typically just stay quiet, and that's the frustrating thing about it.
Yeah, I agree, guys. Hit that like button. But no, Charlamagne the guy's been kind of, he'll say something here and there, and then of course they'll
did you see his Joe Biden interview? What did he say when he was talking to Master Joe?
Which one was this? When was this?
When he said you ain't black.
Okay, you ain't black. Yeah. And listen, still voted for him.
Exactly. It's that type of disrespect. It's like it's that disrespect to your face, and then you still go vote for them, and then you still fight for them. Like, Charlamagne's a clown, and I honestly think, and yeah, he does do pushback. I am agree with that, but I believe it's weak pushback. It's the same with P. Diddy. You remember in 2020 when
how do I put this properly? So what was it? They said black men need to build, FBA men are soft, BLM is lesbian, and we're following behind lesbian. FBA are led by women. And there's an argument that white men treat them like children. I mean, that's what they said. Look, if y'all want to dispute that, you can. I'm not about to dispute it. The funny thing is, I think they actually believe they're dragging everyone and not themselves. Like, watching this is like watching a bunch of people just rip each other apart. Like, they're just ripping it. Like, when you boil this conversation down, they are saying they are the problem. Now, the foreigners over here are saying they are the problem, the FBA, but I don't think that's right. I don't think to just blame African Americans is right, because I think this is a global problem, and we are all going to be collectively to be blamed for the fact that we are not building in a way. And maybe we should change the game, right? Just turn over the table and say, well, our success is based on our spirituality and connectiveness to nature. I don't know. But in the capitalistic world, we're failing. And so saying the FBA men are weak and the FBA, no, I think that's unfair. I actually think that's unfair. I think it is unfair to say that, because I think it's a global problem. I think it's a global problem. You don't get to run away from responsibility by only pointing to what the media is showing you in the United States. No, it's global. It's global. I find it interesting he brought up BLM when the organization benefit black men the most, but carry on, beloved. Yeah. These men forgot about Kanye and Big Daddy Trump. No, they didn't. One of them said they would vote for Trump. Look, the political astuteness in this video, you have to feel it on a whole nother level. Because one of them is going to say they would have voted for Trump. So, period.
P. Diddy was like, hold the vote. We're going to put the vote for hostage. And then I think like a month before the election, he switches to, well, and we don't vote for the Democrats, it's going to be a civil race war. And let's vote for them first and then push a black agenda. Just weak. They came. So what was all this dancing and holding the vote? I think he got whipped, or I think there were some higher up liberals who forced him to switch his tune.
Hey, listen, guys, all I know is people keep bringing up Donald Trump. Listen, I live in Atlanta. Donald Trump came to Atlanta, right? No script, no nothing. Said, listen, I got $500 billion. What y'all want to do? Black folks said, then listen, Joe Biden went on to Breakfast Club. Joe Biden was half asleep during the whole interview. Half asleep, Sleepy Joe. He was half asleep during the whole interview. Then Charlemagne asked him a question. He woke up, leaned into the camera, and said, listen, you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Then went back to sleep. I mean.
So y'all really thought Trump had $500 billion for y'all? Y'all really thought Trump had I feel like this is kind of remedial. Y'all really thought Trump had $500 billion with a B dollars for y'all? Y'all are mad at the Democrats for winning because you thought Trump had $500 billion. Girl, I cannot. Y'all literally thought Trump had $500 billion for y'all. All right, period. He about to be in prison, but that's the great man theory. Only man can lead. First, you need to be eligible to vote. No conviction. Black men should be advocating for reform. Look, when that lady asked what it is that you guys want, education of children was the first one that I thought would come up. I thought they would try to get grants for investment, right? I thought they would try to get different sort of capitals or agency to capitalize Black businesses, right? I thought they would talk about police reform to some extent. I thought child custody would have come up in the conversation. Look, use this video to create an agenda. I don't mind. Look, if you're watching from the manosphere and you care, create an agenda for Black men, a political agenda for Black men, so that when they're asked point blank what it is that they want, they can articulate it. It is literally ridiculous to have a conversation about how women need to fall in line and get behind you or get out of the way, and you guys need to vote more Republican because your interests aren't being met. And then a simple question as in, I don't know, what is your interest? What do you want? What are these policy prescriptions that you need? When that question gets asked, everyone goes silent and start talking about reparations when you said that you don't think it's going to happen. Nothing else was a policy prescription. So that is it. Really? No one is going to talk about the tax code and what y'all need there. If you're being conservative, maybe you need to be taxed less if that's a policy that you want to implement. Maybe you want to talk about education again. If education increases the likelihood of upward mobility, maybe you want to talk about that. Is there things about the army you are thinking about? Is there things about how the army recruits that you're thinking about? Is there ways in which you have been discriminated against that is specifically relating to the judicial system. And when we talk about the criminal justice system, like what are the policy prescriptions what are the problems you're facing? How did the government cause those problems? And how do you want those problems to be addressed? That's what I want to hear. All this yelling seems to me to suggest that these people just want to complain. And I'm not just talking about them specifically, I'm just talking about in general. I think a lot of these people want to complain. Hopefully now they will think about it and figure it out. But I think y'all just want to complain. I actually just think y'all want to complain. It doesn't make any sense that you don't know what you want. You're like, this is holding me back. This is holding me back. These people have their foot on my neck. This is happening. You're like, oh, okay, cool. And I believe that too. And I'm like, okay, yeah. But what do you want? What do you want? Oh, nothing. Got it. Got it. You don't know what you want. Got it. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Valerie, and welcome to the membership. I mean, there's a part of it that is really sad. And I'm going to say that I do give grace for this. I give grace for the fact that if a group of people haven't been politically active and have not historically been politically active, there is going to be a learning curve, right? And maybe we're at the first phase where people are being introduced into politics. And this kind of introduction is going to come at a cost for other people who know what is happening. And that is, these people are just going to do what they think is completely contradictory to the status quo, because they know something is wrong. And all they want to do currently is disrupt the status quo. And what they know as part of the status quo in hegemony, right, is that they have historically voted Democrat. And so what they need to do to disrupt the status quo is to not vote Democrat. Now, have they thought about the implication of that? I hope so, but I don't know. But I do hope so. Why are we acting like we haven't seen the hierarchy? I think this is patriarchy in work. Aren't the poorest 25 countries run by Black patriarchy? Look, they're going to pretend like let me stop. Welcome, Kat. I thought you were a member. I'm missing us up. Here you go. We have to make clear the education gap with these creators. Many of them have no political ideation past elementary level, and that's not. Look, I agree. I'm actually, there's a lot of joking happening right now, but I do agree with Black men being more politically active. I do agree with this. My problem is, if you are going to be politically active, I would hope that you do some research and some work to make good decisions, not even good as I define it, but good as you define it. Not you, them. Yeah, all right.
He woke up. Like he woke up. Was sitting down, he was asleep. He woke up, looked dead to the camera, and said, "You don't vote for me, you ain't Black." Went back to sleep.
That's so back Kabbalah.
So you guys tell me what was the better deal. And listen, this is the thing. I understand what you say about Donald Trump. I know some of y'all don't like him. Listen, America is a corporation, is a business. When it comes to business, if you are a businessman, leave all the emotional stuff out of it, okay? When it comes to a business decision, what did you have to lose by voting for Donald Trump? He said, I got $500 billion. What y'all want to do? What you got to lose? Again, Joe Biden was asleep, half sleep.
Dennis, think about what they would lose. You know what would lose? Black female authority. Black female authority would no longer be in power. No, I'm serious.
No, you're right.
But the thing is, Black men don't even have to,
All right. So, so I get it. So the argument here is that Black men need to vote for Trump so that Black women would lose authority. So Got you. So they're depending on the system to take away black women's power. Got it. Yeah, this don't make no sense. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I mean, I'm laughing, but I'm not trying to be mean. I'm laughing because it's kind of funny. And I'm going to impress upon you guys, hopefully, that even that this conversation is happening is good. I mean, I don't want to say good too strongly, but it is like good, right? Like black men are talking politics and are trying to come together as a collective to brainstorm ideas about what they should be. Look, that's the best I got. They want weaves, preferably blonde. They want black women aesthetics on their preference and black women to braid their biracial kids here. How did black women come into power while black men are still in the look? Oh, Sinji, by the way, should I say this? Someone emailed me and said that they would be here today and they have a stats for you and for me and the entire community. And I'm actually quite interested as to what that person says. Let me call him out by name. Let me call him out by name. Sports actuary. You said that you wanted to come up to tell me something that I was missing in research. And look, I am here for you, helping me help myself. Not good. Why am I being messy? I'm being messy. I am being messy. Wait, this is wrong. Hey, Prince Spidey, are you here?
Thing is, I don't listen. I don't blame black women for voting Democrat. I'm gonna tell you why, man. It's because at least they get represented in some way. They get pandered to. They get positions in the Democratic Party. They get, black women's issues funded. Even though it doesn't benefit the black man, I understand why black women would vote for Democrats. I mean, they get their issues met. What I don't understand is why black men do it. It just.
All right. This is actually important. This is actually really important. You cannot calm down. You cannot be mad at a group of people who came together and became politically active and pushed their interests. I would argue that black women wasn't pushing their interests, but they were pushing yours. The ideas around prison reform was not specifically about black women. It was about black men being pushed by black women. So while the argument is inaccurate because black women were at the forefront of fighting for black men issue, even to assume that they weren't and that black women had some feminist agenda and they were going to the polls to implement their feminist ideas, it doesn't make sense that you are going to be mad at the group that became politically activated for their own interests. What group do you know when they're politically activated do so on behalf of someone else? Just do like why would you not put your interest at the forefront? No, that black men are becoming politically active, I think is important. I think it is good. Now, the next step, well, before you became politically active, a part of the political activation should have been a brainstorming session about what it is that you're going to be advocating for. But never mind that we reverse how things should happen. Get your plan, try to get people to do what you want. You can't get people to do what you want if you don't have a plan. But Since we're already here and there is political activation, we've seen it in this panel at least. The problem is you guys don't know what you want. You don't know what you want, and that is a problem. Why do they think our political actions should benefit them? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There is no group. Like, you can't be, you are saying black men are getting politically active. That is good. Now go and advocate for what we want. Go figure out what we want and go active, go fight for it. Don't be mad that other groups aren't fighting for you. I tell you something, white women, when they became politically activated and they wanted their needs met, they were not fighting on behalf of white men. I promise you that. There's someone, someone in the manosphere, the white manosphere, called white women the usurpers. Because they were there to take power. They said white women became politically activated to take power from white men. I probably should play this video, but I'm not. So this man went on this long rant. I'm pretty sure he's canceled. But he went on this long rant and said, white women, he said he loved his sisters. He didn't call them sisters, but I'm using black vernacular now. He loves his mother. He loved his family. He loved his ex-wife. He didn't love her because he dragged her in the video. But even the suffrage movement, all of it was white women trying to usurp white men and realizing that they could use the fact that they are women to become victims and so pretend like they weren't a part of the history of brutality that existed and that they didn't perpetrate in the same way. It's interesting because this man claimed up and down that there was no racism or anything like that. But in fighting the white women's claim, he admitted that there was atrocity going on and that white men were at the apex in terms of power, right? So I think it's interesting because if you let people talk long enough, their truth come out. Their truth. Look, did he lie? Did he lie though? Did he lie though? I need to find that video. I need to go into the white manosphere and see what's happening. If I cared more, I would have done that, but I kind of don't. But I black women are seeking power, social, economic, financial, while black men are seeking likes and validation from anyone. Yeah, like you're not being politically activated to advocate for anything in actual politics, and you are mad that you are not getting the results you want politically. That doesn't make any sense. Now, I don't like, I said this before, I'm gonna start blocking people because I hate people sending me emails talking about they're going to do this and they're going to do that. And then when it's time for them to do what they said they're gonna do, they don't show up.
It just makes let's say even if the majority of black men just stop voting altogether, the Democrats will crumble, but they won't do it. That's the problem. Like, there's no point even talking to black women about it. And there's no disrespect. Like I said, I understand why black women do it. If I was a black woman, I'd probably vote Democrat too. But black men, it makes no sense. It puts us in a feminine, submissive position where we don't demand anything, where we sit back, we get told what to do. I would say mostly FBA.
He said it, not me. Again, listen to people and they'll tell you, he literally just said it. He said, he said black men are in the feminine role. That's what he just said, not me. To be fair, he did say he'd be here at 8 p.m. Period. Oh, true. True. Thank you.
Men. I'm not going to put that on the immigrant African men because, like I see, most of them are the ones talking.
Wait, oh my God, do you guys want a commercial break? I feel like we've been going at this for a while. Do y'all want to drop a 1 if you want a commercial break? Drop a 1 if you want a commercial break and a 2 if you do not. Drop a 1 if you, Batman want power to oppress black. Yeah. Drop a 1 if you want a commercial break and a 2 if you do not. All right, I see ones. I see ones. I got your email, by the way. Let's get a commercial break.
Men today are not as masculine, as competent, as dominant, especially when you understand how second wave feminism has then influenced how men are developed. And two great books is Dr. Robert Glover's No More Mr. Nice Guy and Dr. Warren Farrell's The Male Crisis. And you've seen what has happened with men, especially being raised in single mother households. They were now begin to be taught to be the anti-man. So a lot of the more masculine tendencies of the past, dominance, assertiveness, confidence, the things that were generally more attractive, their moms were like, be the nice guy, be the sweet guy, be the charming guy. And in the mating market, we all understand those things do not give you any evolutionary advantage. And so what's happened is because men don't have a lot of the teachings and idealism of the past, especially when you have toxic masculinity, things like that, the male of today, from a simple, if you're going to do science and look at testosterone levels, or you look at the objective things that women measure men, is less competent and less attractive than the male of old. Men today are not as masculine, as competent.
I'm sorry. I think that for us to fully understand what is happening, we need to play that one more time, just like I think we need to get one more time. Period, Hafiz, come through.
As dominant, especially when you understand how second wave feminism has influenced how men are developed. And two great books is Dr. Robert Glover's No More Mr. Nice Guy and Dr. Warren Farrell's The Male Crisis. And you've seen what has happened with men, especially being raised in single mother households. They were now begin to be taught to be the anti-man. So a lot of the more masculine tendencies of the past, dominance, assertiveness, confidence, the things that were generally more attractive, their moms were like, be the nice guy, be the sweet guy, be the charming guy. And in the mating market, we all understand those things do not give you any evolutionary advantage. And so what's happened is because men don't have a lot of the teachings and idealism of the past, especially when you have toxic masculinity, things like that, the male of today, from a simple, if you're going to do science and look at testosterone levels, or you look at the objective things that women measure men, is less competent and less attractive than the male of old.
The male of old. Period. Look, what y'all are not going to do is tell me Hafiz is not preaching. Hafiz is preaching. I will submit my commercial for consideration, period. You know me, send me a commercial, I'll play them. I'll play them. All right, let's get back to this video. I don't usually respond to Hafiz, I just play it because, period, he'll teach you.
About policy issues with holding your vote, but it just seems like the FBA men are just like, vote for Democrats because we're afraid of these white slave masters, supremacists, Republicans putting us back in chains. That's the problem, man.
It starts with conversations like this and little think tanks like this Dynasty guy is holding, when we can get on these panels and talk to FBA, because I'm FBA myself. And once you start challenging the policies and the logic one-on-one with these black guys that are FBA on these panels, and you bring them to that light, they're going to go out on their daily routine and they're not going to say nothing, but they're going to be in these ghettos and these hoods, and they're going to start connecting the dots. So listen, once you get these FBA black guys in these circles, they may be resistant at first, but when they log off and they go into these neighborhoods, they're going to start connecting dots. So it's only a matter of time. And that's what I think a lot of these feminists are concerned about. It's either you know about this red pill stuff, or when are you going to find out about it? Those are the two things. So when they see black guys, they're like, all right, are you red pill yet? And if you're not, it's only a matter of time before you're hit with this manosphere stuff. So listen, FBA men are going to make this pivot. And the more guys like you, because I heard your live streams also in the past, more guys like you that get on there and you shoot the breeze and you give them that straight dope like you do and Dynasty does, trust me, man, the tide is going to turn. My question is, once the powers to be realize and see that, hey, these black dudes woke up, they know the trick bag, they're not going to go into this trick bag again. how do we silence these guys? Are they going to do a new crime bill to lock us up again? How are they going to try to silence us? Because once you wake up, you're not going to go back to sleep. And they're going to say, listen, if these guys aren't going to follow our beating drum and they're going to do their own thing, we don't want that. So it's like, that's what we got to think about the most. It's like, basically, when these feminists realize we're not going to go back on the plantation and take their bull crap anymore, or their excuses, what is the next strategy after that?
Well, you know what, man? I agree with you. Oh, go ahead. Someone else is going to say
Go ahead, Rico. Go ahead, Rico G.
Once these feminists realize we're not going back on the plantation, wait, are feminists enslaving men? wait. Feminists to the front. Feminists, come to the front of the congregation. Sorry, I'm running out the time because I'm waiting for someone. But feminists, come to the front of the congregation. For all you feminist women, are y'all enslaving men? Because this man said he's not about to go back on the plantation. These men are not going back on your feminist plantation. So, girl, Locus of Control. One of the ways this researcher that they point, I would not have cited to this research, but they point out that there's research showing that Black men are doing better than they were doing in the past. One of the ways in which you do better, based on their research that they have provided regarding Black men, this is not mine, this is from them, is that you do better when you have an internal locus of control. An internal locus of control. Now, the guy that thank you, Kariapani, this is actually quite important. Kanye said slave was a choice. This man sound owned. And they said they would vote for Kanye. So let's get back to the foolishness, because this is actually some foolishness.
Oh yes.
Hold on. I want some of the sisters to call in. You know, go ahead, call in. All right, go ahead, Rico.
All right, cool. How you doing, Dons? I purchased your documentary too, bro. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet, but keep up the great work.
Well, listen. It ain't like Netflix where you got to pay a monthly subscription or you got a certain amount of time to watch it. It's yours forever as long as you don't forget your login. There you go.
Awesome. Appreciate that. I want to just throw something out there and understand when we're dealing with the Democratic Party as a whole, we're looking at brand loyalty. And when we look at when Biden made the comments to the NAACP, Al Sharpton, et cetera, saying, hey, shut up. You Negroes are going to be in last place. The Latinos, they're coming. They're here. And the way they reacted was 100% cowardly as far as Black men, Black leadership in America. And when we look at now at how the way our females clamor to the Democratic Party and the people like Angela Stanton, the way she came at, say what you will, you may not agree with Tariq all the time and some of the other people that you mentioned, but when it comes to the point of politics and brand loyalty, I agree with his statement. And our Black women have to get away from that brand loyalty and stop treating the Democratic Party like a Gucci or a Louis Vuitton and things like that. The intercoming.
Y'all, let me ask y'all a question, man, because I understand the thing is, but my thing is focusing on Black women. I just think that's a losing strategy, man. They just have way too much representation in the media, way too much representation in the Democrat Party. I think it's a losing strategy. I think it's easier to focus on Black men and show them how they're hated, how they're ignored, how they're trampled on, to get the Black men to change. Because it's just, I think if we try to get the Black women to change, it's not going to work. And I'm not saying separate. I just think we don't need the Black woman to vote to hold their vote. If Black men just stop voting in droves alongside them, then I think our issues we are going to be taken more seriously as men, and people are going to look at us to ask what we need to get our vote. But focusing on Black women, I think that's just going to be a losing strategy, man. They are not going to change.
Well, hey, T. Cat, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is what we're going through? Is it similar to Black men not going to church? The way.
Whenever a female is used, I just stop listening. I listen more. I listen more intently.
black men just we're kind of pulling away from the political part, from the political aspect of America. Can we kind of compare those two? Because, you know, a lot of black men, we refuse to go to church, but it's full of our women.
You know what?
Oh, you want to know something? I have to show this too. Going to church has a strong in the study they provided. Going to church has a strong correlation with with moving up economically. So here it is. Completely forgot about this. Religious service attendance from age 14 to 22, there is a strong correlation. If you went several times a month or more, you're 43% more likely. What am I doing with my life? What am I doing? Why do I know this? And where did I go find this? There is a strong correlation between young people going to church when they're young and doing well. Period. I'm a nerd. I know. It's fine. Ignore me. Please ignore me. Let's go back to the video. I'm annoying.
And that is a good thing that is happening, man. Because the thing is, I think what black men have to do, and yeah, you are right.
Is this live? Yeah, this is live. I'm currently live right now. Hello. Wait, I'm not going to read that name. I didn't even see it. I thought we banned microphones from right. Thank you, Curry Up and Eat. If there is a link, I'd love to join, but after 10 to this brisket and I'm smoking. If there is a link later, I'd love to join, but oh, gotcha. But you have to tend to something that you're doing. Got it. Sorry, I'm reading too quickly.
It is the same with the political system, because if you go to the hoods and talk to Pookie and Ray Ray, they ain't worried about voting, man. they don't really care. But I think what black men in the know can do is, you know, especially, you know, black pastors who kind of, well, if any exists, that has the black man's best interest at heart, is to make a church or something like that geared towards more black men. All I'm saying is that black men have to do stuff that's geared towards more us. Just like black women do the little black girl magic, and every time black men try to get something for them, like how Ice Cube tried to do that what was it, the Contra Black America? Look at how loud black women were. But yeah.
Oh, we're going to open the panel up. I'm actually going to open it up almost right now. I need to skip to something first, and then I'll open it up. But yeah, it's like 5 minutes to open.
Yeah, bro, look at how loud black women were. We're like, wait a minute, we need our own special addendum. They were loud, so loud that they even pulled Ice Cube into that little stupid Fox Soul debate with him, which he should have declined that, but with him, Vivica, you know, women who don't know anything about politics. And then convinced Ice Cube to say, okay, I'm gonna add a little black woman addendum, which was dumb. Like, black men have to stop doing that. You don't even need to talk to black women.
Why does Ice Cube feel the need? This is why I keep saying black men got to get over this. Look, in my opinion, if you want to be a man, when you hit masculinity, you have to show no fear. Part of that is you got to remove your mother from your psyche. We love our mothers. Our mothers are beautiful. They take care of us. But being a man means you don't have to always go to a woman for your self-esteem. Right. You don't have to go to a woman for your direction in life. It's like, mama, sit down. I know what I'm doing. I'm a man. I love you. I respect you, but I know what I'm doing. I'm a man. And until black men can do that with their mamas, with their aunties, their grandmas, it be wasting time. That's why he sat down with those women. Who the hell are those women to talk to Ice Cube? I told him, get the hell out of here. I told him, go to Saudi Arabia and talk to them Saudi Arabian men before you come talk to me. And she would have shut up. But then if you say that, you see it in the chats. Oh, you're hurt, you're bitter, you're angry. No.
I'm going to skip this gentleman. The reason I'm going to skip this gentleman is because he's raising my blood pressure. I can't listen to him talk.
Has a means, who has money, who has a platform to say anything in support of when black men make sense. Hence what happened to Ice Cube. He didn't get that much support. He didn't get anything. And even with Kanye West, you know, and I don't, you know, regardless of his mental state, his whole thing was
listen. I'll vote for Kanye.
Yeah,
for Kanye.
But the thing is,
madness. You don't vote for someone who has a mental illness and bipolar. That's all. Vote for Herschel Walker.
I'll vote for Herschel Walker. Listen, he's
all right. So you cool with men,
Herschel Walker
women, and all that? All right, cool.
Herschel Walker went to you. Listen, that's
Hey, put that down, man. Roll Tide. Roll Tide. Put that down. That's blasphemy. Roll Tide. Shout out to Alabama, Tuscaloosa.
I'll vote for Kanye.
But you know what, man? I do think black men are in a unique position because if we would, let's say we just didn't vote at all and abstain, and let's say, you know, the Democrats are losing and the Republicans are getting in, I truly believe this is going to that if the money's not.
All right. So you guys, first of all, thank you all for still being here. Because we went there, we literally went all the way to the front so that you guys could get the full context of the conversation that is happening and the forcing people into voting Republican, essentially. Now, finally, after an hour and 7 minutes, a young lady, I don't know, a lady came on and asked them the question we began with. Now, it must sound different to you when you hear their response, because they said women don't know anything about politics, don't listen to women, black men need their own group so that they can advocate for what they want, all of that stuff, right? All of that building up to this beautiful crescendo of, okay, great, now what do you want? Now, what do you want? Here it is again. Having heard all of that, the question hopefully is that much more beautiful.
Not there, they won't care. But I do think in the black community's position, because we all vote as a voting bloc, I think if we stop voting, or especially the men, that is going to put pressure on the Democrats as far as they need our vote to continue.
But they don't. But they don't. They've already told you all they need is black women and the Hispanics, and they're fine. The Hispanics are somewhat split down the middle, right? And they kind of, you know, vote how they vote. I don't want to talk about them. But what I'm saying is that if we don't have the economic might to you know, lobby the politicians to do things specifically for black males or the black community, how are you going to, you know, they don't care about the black male vote. The black male vote doesn't exist to them.
No, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Chrissy. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you were to say specifically what black men, like to the men on the panel, what black men want, like when you're looking at a candidate, and you know, as you say that they pander to black women, what they want, would you say? What do black men want from a candidate, from a leader, like, you know, presidential or mayoral, state, federal? What do black men need specifically? That would be.
What do they want or what do they need?
I guess.
Because what they want is Lil Wayne with the suit on.
Okay, what they need. What do they need? What do black men need to move them in any direction? What are black men looking for, you know, from the political arm?
Chrissy, reparations.
It's hard to assert your manhood and check your female family members from the couches of the community. Period. All right, wait. Let's hear what they want now. The British gentleman just said reparations first.
You bought that country. Reparations. That's what you need. Number one. Reparations. You bought that country. You owed reparations.
And I'll say non-biased opportunity.
Non-biased opportunity. Are you talking about business? Are you talking about jobs? What are you talking about specifically?
In my case, I would have to say business and jobs.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that sums it up. I think that's what most black men, you know.
Listen,
what do you think, Danny?
I love the new DA in Atlanta. Get these Pookies and Ray Rays off the street. Get them off the street. Get Pookie and Ray Ray off the street because they're tearing this up. They're making it hard to do business. Get them off the street. That's another one.
Okay. All right. I think it's important to, I guess, find a way to verbalize that as a collective. I know someone was saying that, you know, the money is not there, but it would have to be grassroots, I would assume.
But that's what I'm saying, Chrissy. Men typically, here's the problem with masculinity, the way it's presented to us in the West. If men
look, more law enforcement, question mark, right? Black men are asking for more. It is what it is.
were to try to create some sort of coalition, it's frowned upon. Men are not, even when men voice their opinions or voice their displeasure with things, they're shouted down. I'm not his biggest fan, but Kevin Samuels is a perfect example. He didn't do anything wrong to any black woman. He just was saying, typically from his perspective, what he, thought and observed that black men wanted in black women in terms of their behavior. And it's like, shut up, we don't want to hear you. We're going to give, the customer's not right when it comes to black men. In any other situation, the customer is always right. But when it comes to black men, just shut up and accept and do as you're told. And it's just crazy. So I agree. Yeah, there has to be some sort of organizing efforts. But, realistically, black men don't even, in my experience on the day-to-day, we don't help each other. We don't attack capitalism as a collective. We stun on each other. You go into any clubs, like, yeah, look at them bum-ass dudes. I don't want to use the N-word, but, look at them bum-ass dudes over there, broke. You know what I'm saying? Or oh, I'm Mr. Steal Your Girl. This is how we treat ourselves. You understand what I'm saying? So it's just like, it's somewhat laughable to me. You got to deal with the scammers and the grifters half the time. So I don't know. I hope that can come about,
I think what you're doing, what you're speaking towards is towards the Western culture that we have adopted, right? Certain American cultures don't affect certain other people's cultures because they're culturally not American, so it doesn't affect them either way. They have what Dr. Clark calls a cultural compass. They know what they should do, what they should not do, what they could accept, what they can't accept. I tell my children these same things. Not everything you see on TV that's there for you is for you. So perfect example. I keep it very simple. So I'm in New York. So when it gets really hot, they talk about the humidity and
Girl, I don't know what they're talking about, the humidity. She said male. So they want another male group to get rid of the Pookie. So what's their issue with law enforcement then? Like, they're essentially saying that, like, I've never heard black men advocate for this. Like, after the 1994 crime bill, thank you, Sinji, I saw male. After the 1994 crime bill, I never thought I would hear black men advocate for more law enforcement. Like, I understand black women arguing for that, but period. The way I'm squinting to find the so they don't have a problem with law enforcement then. Oh, look. Oh, by the way, I just emailed you guys. Please check your email. Sounds like they're trying to convince themselves that they don't need black women when deep down they know they do. Sounds like low-key with that. Well, I mean, if they're going to come up with a political agenda, currently they don't have one. So I would say they do need. I just emailed, what if law enforcement sees all of them as, look, and that one of the things that I will not do is lie on here. I won't. And I'm not going to pretend like I do not fundamentally believe the criminal justice system is racist. Like, I believe that to my core. I believe that after the Stop on First case, I was like, there is no way I can say empirically that there isn't at least this disparate outcomes when it comes to engagement with the criminal justice system. So to hear black men, and particularly as it relates to black men, so it's interesting to hear black men advocate for more for more, because in the eyes of racists, we are all pookies and ray-rays as black men. Like, boy, I'm gonna go get dragged into someone's cell. like look, I can't. I Thank you, Sin. Farm says, the truth is that the guys asking for more enforcement are afraid to confront those very men. Yeah, I mean, and to be fair, we can all like sit together and collectively agree that the quote unquote educated lames ain't about to confront these what do you call them? I don't like calling them pookies and ray-rays. It seems weird. And the hierarchy that exists. By the way, let me disabuse you of this right now, quick, fast, and in a hurry. I have a problem with creating a distinction between outcomes for people who are quote unquote pookies and ray-rays versus those who are educated and upper class. I think that the degeneracy run deep. And I'm not about to pretend like rich people aren't also pookies and ray-rays in suits. Timothy, you know a lot about this topic. What topic? Jermaine, well, I'm gonna drop the link in a minute. Jermaine, don't leave. Please come tell me what I know about. Hey, Sinji, where's Prince Petty?
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing well. Are you off your vacation?
I am. I was actually moving on my vacation too.
Oh, you're
So
moving. Oh, congrats. Hopefully it's a good move.
it is actually it's a very good move actually.
Oh,
I
nice.
just had someone come in and mount my TV above the fireplace, so I'm good.
Yes, fireplace. Is it a real fireplace?
No, I think it's either an electric or gas.
Oh, good.
Which is
I
fine for me. It still gives the same effect.
Oh yeah. No, I had a fake fireplace because I would never. I am not about to have an actual fireplace in my condo. It's not going.
The fake ones are better.
Yeah.
They're less important.
Prince Petty, how are you?
I'm good. I have a real fireplace.
Where do you have this real fireplace?
In my home.
Period.
I'm actually gonna I have like a KFC fire log I was gonna put on the fire.
Wait, let me get into this. There is a man, a gentleman, Finji, who said he wanted to speak to you and I. I honestly don't know about what. And I didn't respond till just now. He said he was going to be here and he's going to show us how we are wrong. So I'm actually very curious about this.
Good. I love being proven wrong in the weird event that it happens.
Weird. I emailed him the link just now. But yeah, where is it? Sorry, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to play some more of this and then we'll talk.
Okay.
The UV. So the UV index is okay. I know I can ignore this. I'm going to pay attention to the humidity and I'm going to pay attention to the urban heat, right? But if I don't know myself or anything like that, I'm a black man putting on.
If he is here, tell him to check his email and click that link that I sent him to his email just now.
Suntan lotion. Oh, because the UV rays. Okay, that's not for you. That's not for you. And culturally, we have a culture that's Western. So if we were on code, for lack of a better word, if we were on a particular African code, we wouldn't care what other people say because we're doing what we want to do and we're doing what we need to do. And once we do that, everybody else will follow. Simple as that.
Yeah. No, you're right. Look at the chat though. Look at what these women are writing in the chat. Look at women like Sunflower. Look at what Trina's writing in the back chat. And again, maybe they do have a valid point. I don't know, but anytime black men and Christy, you should be talking to these women. That's why sometimes I come at you, not is it anything personal, but it's like, nah, the energy directed to these sisters. Because here's black men saying their opinions and look at excuses, weak men. And it's just like at a certain point when men keep hearing this over and over again, that's why they shut up and they clam up and they don't speak. And then later when men start voicing their opinion, it's like, well, why didn't you say anything? Look at what your sisters are doing.
I hear you.
Because when black women say anything, black men are quick. What you mean, baby? That's all. So I don't know.
So
Petty, I think you're off mute.
You know what's really weird about this for me is that I've collabed with Dinus Demir a couple times.
Oh, I've never seen one. Wait, so you guys are colleagues, cordial-ish?
This was back in like 2017 or 18. I think I collabed with him twice, and he wasn't on this quasi-manosphere type thing. So this is just really weird to see him in this energy.
I don't know him, never watched a video of his until this. I was sent this video to someone asked me what I thought about black men not wanting to be Democrat. And I don't wait, Patty, what do you think about black men not wanting to be Democrat anymore?
I don't think it takes a lot of research to be Republican or conservative in the same way it doesn't take a lot of research to exist in the manosphere. So, I mean, if my assumption is that most black men believe what the manosphere says because that's my interpretation of the data. So that would lead me to suggest that they also identify more with Republican than Democrat generally.
But do you think the Democrat, because they're talking, I'm not sure. So wanting a woman, a traditional relationship, is that Republican?
I feel like it is. I feel like it's more conservative leading than liberal.
Gotcha. All right. And feminism, the hatred of feminism makes sense if you're a Republican.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they just took away women's right to, medical procedure, I think earlier this year.
Well, they didn't take it away, but they made it very difficult to get it. And states now can decide if they want to. But yeah, I was on a panel with Dynasty. Yeah, he is a woman hater now. LOL, a free said. Apparently he changed Sinji. I'm actually trying to not close because I'm waiting for someone. And it's now like 6 minutes after, and I was told he was here. And I actually want him to come up and provide it, explain his stats and why I'm wrong. Because I'm ready and willing right now to admit that I don't know what I'm talking about when he provides these stats.
See, it's going to be more of a struggle to get me to admit that I don't know what I'm talking about. And I'm gonna try to, if you admit that you don't know what you're talking about, I'm gonna try to disrupt you because the bandit probably doesn't know what he's talking about. But I think Petty might be pettier than me. I think he might be. I think he might actually be pettier than me.
Wait, why? Why that little whiteboard? That whiteboard moment?
That whiteboard one and his intro right now was petty. I love it though. But my thing is that I think that, to be honest, black men are not involved politically enough to where their political affiliation would matter. So I don't even know why they're discussing liberal or conservative, because if you look at data, black men are not really politically involved.
Yeah, no, that is true. And so that's why I was like, if this means black men are becoming more politically involved, that would be a good thing for them. If them as in the cohort that's deciding to go Republican, because I don't know, but it would be a good thing. But I now realize that being politically involved and being politically knowledgeable are two very, very different things.
But if we want to go back to the whiteboard, can I tell you that whiteboard took me all the way out? Like, for real. That whiteboard, literally put me in a casket. I was like, really? Not the whiteboard with the stick figure drawing. I couldn't do it.
You want to know something annoying about that moment? I ended it because I felt bad for the man that was on here. I ended it because I realized he did not realize he was being trolled. And he got mad at me. He got mad at me because he didn't realize that I'm like, hey, all right, this don't look like you're catching on to what's happening. So let's end it. And he got mad and left and was like, okay, I'm done. I was trying to explain. And I'm like, no. Don't explain it. He's trolling you.
Let's see how my live stream go tomorrow when I do this call in on what does it look like for black men to love black women. I think that he realized how stupid he looked. That's why he left. Because he realized he looked dumb.
Wait, even if you got kicked out of the home by welfare, what does that say about your ability to provide for your child? Well, if you were in there, you couldn't provide when you were in the home. So being out of the home probably mean you can't either.
But most of them didn't even read the man out of the home clause. So they're literally just parroting what has been said over the years. Because if you read the man out of the home clause, then you know that nobody put them out the home at all. And it was actually pretty reasonable. The way they had the rule was actually reasonable because, yes, if a man is in your home as a woman and he's laying up with you, he should be providing something. The natural assumption would be that he's a provider. And so based on that, I didn't see nothing wrong with it. But what I do see wrong with the man out of the home room is that if black men didn't like it, why didn't they go to the Supreme Court?
Right. I think it's kind of interesting that like the whole idea of standard boundaries and expectations was being set by the government. The government said, if you don't have it, I'll give it to you. Some prove they enjoy the double standard in law enforcement. When black women advocate for change, they despite our efforts to prove us wrong. I mean, anytime black women run up against advocacy for or push back against their advocacy for criminal justice reform, I know that it is to help black men, like as a general matter, right? So the fact that they don't see that is a problem. The fact that they're countering black women's effort, like there were black women on YouTube, feminist black women talking about how we should abolish the police. And I was like, I mean, no. Like, no. So no. I used to love Dynasty content. I don't watch anymore. All right. There is no way I'm going to sit here and wait. So I'm just going to move on to a different discussion with you guys because I'm going to drop the link. This person, did someone say he was in the chat? I think some sports actuary. Here is the link. That's kind of annoying. This is only for a sports actuary. I didn't want to drop the link here because I didn't want TBMOTH, is the selective breeding debate between Petty and Sin still gonna happen?
Themis, it looks like the dude might be in your chat box because Auntie is actually adding him. Is it sports actuary filtered?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this person is in the chat box having discussions with somebody. So
look, you're gonna get blocked right now. Like, you're going to be blocked right now. That doesn't make sense to me. How are you? How are you in the chat box? You emailed me. He literally sent me links of stats. One of the stats was about car accidents. Wait, let me show you all this. Wait. I'm not gonna show you the email, but I'm gonna show you the where is it? Let me show you. And I'm like, I've never been more curious about why.
Did you pin the link? He said he didn't get it in his email.
Here you go. All right. Is this you? Somebody come. Your device is not connecting. Let's do this in the after show. All right, there is someone in the back that calls somebody come something. And I don't know if that's you, but I just dropped the link again. So I'm specifically concerned with this right here. This. Why is it not doing? All right. You might not be able to read that, but it says population, fatal motor vehicle crashes, motor vehicle crash death, and motor vehicle crash death rates per state, 2020. I'm very curious as to what this means. Jamie, are you a sports actuary?
No.
Do you have something you wanted to say? I'll give you a minute.
Themis, it looks like they're saying that sports actuary is upset Although I don't know why he would email you to provide some stats to me and you, but there's no scenario where that person would talk to me in private. There's just no scenario. So your best chance is coming up on this panel. No other opportunity exists to you.
I thought he said he wanted both you and Sin to be there. Is he talking about? It could be that he's scared of. I do have the whiteboard here with me now, and I wasn't planning to use it.
No, I can't take the whiteboard. I can't do it.
Some people
I
were
can't
upset.
take the whiteboard. The whiteboard is going to take me out.
Wait, I'm confused as to what sports actuary wanted. Do you want Petty gone? Like, I can put Petty in the back. I mean, I'm not gonna like kick him off. I'm so confused. This is ruining an otherwise terrible stream. All right. Well, I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna say you can stay down there. This is kind of ridiculous now. Like, if you have stats that you want to present, I'm not quite sure why it would be important for you for the environment to be empty.
And if he needs like a visual for the stats that he's presenting, I don't charge money to do this.
You should charge money. I feel like we should just sit here in silence. No, that would be disrespectful to 1,400 people watching. This is ridiculous now.
So you said he sent you car crash statistics?
Oh yeah, let's go back to this.
So I think I see what he's doing here. When you look at car crashes, generally the male population, and let's just go to the black men and black women. The black male population generally are more reckless drivers than black women. And this is usually attributed to like males having more aggression when they drive, being less safe and stuff like that. But if we look at it from a perspective of the government controlling, it's my personal belief the government controls black men through the radio. If you go to, I think in Georgia it's 103 and 5, 103 and 7, you can hear between the hip hop lyrics there's like subtle messaging that will literally control your hands when you're driving and force black men to veer and kind of swerve. And I believe maybe that's what he was
No, Patty, that ain't it. Black men are high value men, so they're getting self-driving Teslas. They're driving the car is driving itself. So therefore, they're not even in the data because they're not driving. The car is to blame.
Well, you have to think AI generally is programmed to discriminate against black men also. So even if they did get a Tesla, I would say it would be even more dangerous than having manual control over your car.
Wait, is it sports actuary?
No, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I was the one in the comments. I was probably being really annoying, and I just wanted to ask, hey Stan, hey Themis. I just wanted to ask, have y'all heard of the Trick Baby 1974 dinner scene?
Nope.
It's on YouTube, and it's a table full of brads sitting around talking about black men in politics. And it's like only a couple of minutes long, and they're talking about why they want black men to be in politics. And I thought that would be really good for you to just play it on this topic, because it's really interesting that it lines up with exactly how they act when they do get into politics.
Wait, can you send me the link in the back chat?
It's if I could find it real quick, but all you have to do is type in Trick Baby 1974 dinner scene, and somebody sent it. Did Prince? He just sent it.
All right, let me try to get this.
I think it's like a minute or two long, and it's just a whole bunch of men sitting around a dinner table talking about them.
It's you liberals who have lifted them up, Howard.
Paul, you conservatives make a mistake. You can't afford to strangle hope in people. Without hope, people become dangerous.
No, Howard, you liberals have let them invade our society. You give them jobs, political jobs.
Paul, you missed the point. It's only the smart ones we move up.
That makes it even worse.
No, we have to move them up. If we leave a smart one in the ghetto, he might develop into a leader against us. But if we raise him up into white society, we neutralize him. He feels compelled to try to act like us. He loses his identity and his racial anger, if he has any. He becomes alien to his brothers. They realize he sold them out and they grow to hate him. He becomes worthless to them and safe for us. No, thank you. In fact, in his love for the creature comforts, except for his color, he's become one of us.
Oh, that is actually quite powerful.
Yeah.
This actually is similar to the letter that Brazil sent to the U.S. before they allowed integration.
Oh, yeah. That
They
I
do
do know.
the same things. Integrate them and they will lose their blackness and become white. And literally in 2 generations, they actually are becoming white. But anyway.
So that's all I wanted to say. And I think for that very reason, Black men should not be allowed to go into politics at all, because we've seen that happen over and over again. So I'm going to get down now.
Wait, before you do, I'm going to disagree with you on that Black men shouldn't get involved. I think they should. My problem is I want to know why, like what the policy prescriptions are. Someone said, can we watch it again? Yeah, we can watch it again. Let's try it. Also, thank you for this clip, by the way.
It's you liberals who have lifted them up, Howard.
Paul, you conservatives make a mistake. You can't afford to strangle hope in people. Without hope, people become dangerous.
No, Howard. You liberals have let them invade our society. You give them jobs, political jobs.
Paul, you missed the point. It's only the smart ones we move up.
Aren't you tired? You not tired?
Up. If we leave a smart one in the ghetto, he might develop into a leader against us. But if we raise him up into white society, we neutralize him. He feels compelled to try to act like us. He loses his identity and his racial anger, if he has any. He becomes alien to his brothers. They realize he sold them out and they grow to hate him. He becomes worthless to them and safe for us. No, thank you. In fact, in his love for the creature comforts, except for his color, he's become one of us.
The other day, we had a conversation about whether or not integration was bad for the Black community. And somebody come listen, I think. You said you had something to say.
Somebody come listen to this
podcast.
Oh, no, I was just listening.
Yeah, they're oh, all right. He's here. Hey, how are you?
I'm gonna go back down now so y'all can talk to him.
All right. I didn't remove him. I don't know what happened, but okay. So we were having the discussion about integration. I think this clip would actually agree, and I think Sin, you were saying that integration was bad for the Black community.
Yeah, I think it was more bad than good. But literally every time I listen to that video, the 2 times I'm telling you, it's nearly the same thing that Brazil, because the integration was planned. It didn't just happen just because Black people made it happen. Because if you look at pictures, MLK is in pictures with the Rothschilds. It's either the Rothschild or the Bilderbergers. I don't. One of them he's in pictures with. And so when you're canoodling with that high up with the elites, you can best believe you're a puppet if you Black.
Well, obviously I don't know about this, but in the same way that when we think about feudalism and how the shift from sort of feudal society to a more democratic society worked, where power and wealth didn't actually shift, it just kind of made there be sort of a mirage of inclusion in some people's mind. I do think that feeling like you are a part of what clicked is feeling like you're part of the quote unquote upper class, I can understand how some people feel like they should not want to associate with those people, right? And I've seen it. Like I've seen groups of people, I'm not going to say race, amongst the white corporate heads who I think they just would not want to be affiliated at all with anything black. The fact that I'm even doing this content is annoying to like some people.
Yeah, these are the Rothschilds that he was with. And one of them actually made a statement about him and said Martin Luther King was a spokesman who, like a prophet of ancient Israel, had fearlessly confronted the society of his day with its failures, had sought to rouse men to a vision of their own mobility, and who had earned his place as a moral leader of social revolution. And what did what does this name say? Malcolm X. Anytime they co-sign a person, you really got to watch them. And so if the Rothschilds, the elites who like run everything, if they were co-signing MLK, it was because he was doing something that was to their benefit.
Yeah. I think that the games that are being played aren't obvious, right? And so I've said this before. I don't think reverse. I do think racism and all of that exists, but I think there's a huge class divide. And while we need a permanent underclass, the underclass doesn't have to be black. And maybe not permanent either, just an underclass currently. And the question is the middle class, to the extent it's upper middle class, is that enough or should we want more? Because if we can get there, would that be enough? In my mind, it feels wrong because you would concede to being led by other people based on race, right? So if you're saying, oh, black people can integrate and become middle class and stay there, is that bad? Is that a good thing? That's my question.
I think it's a bad thing when your community is starting to be the financial powerhouse in the country, and that you're about to get into global trade, and then you decide to integrate, and then you lose all of your businesses and your wealth. Then yeah, I think it's a problem then. Because if you watch the documentary How to Sell the Negro, they're going to tell you exactly in there how much money black people had. Not all. You're thinking that all black people were poor. Watch that documentary, How to Sell the Negro, and it's going to tell you they were nearly surpassing the white community.
So are you both against? Are you both against integration?
I think integration had more cons than it had pros.
I'm not against integration. I don't think I see, for me, the cons are really bad. And one of the cons is we moved from, so with integration, legally, we just said that we are all equal and that no one can blame racism for their position. And we went into this kind of colorblind era of racism, which I don't know why. I didn't fully understand that. And when we talk about sort of, how do I explain this? In the simplest terms, when we talk about deconstructing, they said my mic is a little low. When we talk about deconstructing systems and power, one of the things that we talked about earlier was the fact that we don't even know what systems are set up as straps for black people. And if we are going to start in this economy to move up as a group, I think we're going to have to become way more educated about how the system works, right? And I don't think we are even at the stage where we are we care about each other enough, right? So we don't even have the fundamentals, much less to try to figure out how to navigate a system that we think is fundamentally oppressive. So integration, I think, lulled us into a false sense of complacency where we no longer believe, or even if we believe, we can't articulate how the system is detrimental. And because of that, sorry.
Oh,
Go
sorry,
ahead.
I don't want to cut you
No,
off.
please,
Go ahead.
please, no, please.
I was going to say, I just feel like the entire civil rights movement was ill planned and poorly executed. I think that it was more of a emotional reaction than anything. I don't think anybody used foresight, and I think that's evident because MLK came back after the fact and said he integrated his people into a burning building. It's like, why didn't you find out if the building was burning before you integrated them in it? And I think that we have to be honest about what was actually trying to be accomplished here, because when I showed that image of Black men with their interracial marriage club at the March on Washington, on my panel, Irene looked that up in the Library of Congress, and they actually described the March on Washington as a fight for interracial love. That's what they described it as. So it's not even being marketed as anything that was to get civil rights. It's literally being written down in history as Black men fighting for interracial love. And they were there. They were there. I didn't even know they had an interracial marriage club, and I didn't know that they were doing it at the March on Washington. But I do know that Black men have.
Yeah, we can hear you, but before you go, I wanted to finish.
I can't hear anyone.
We can wait. We can hear you. Can you hear us? No.
I can't hear anyone.
We can hear you.
You're not gonna convince me that that's not Jonathan's dad. That is a spitting image.
He looked like Jonathan to you.
This is all new equipment. I haven't used it before.
Oh, can you hear us now or no?
I can't hear anyone.
I mean, you responded to that. All right. Well, I feel like we're playing games now, and I'm not sure what's happening. I'm going to remove you, and then you can come back. I feel very weird. All right. Anywho, go ahead, Sinji.
Yeah, but the based on that documentary, what the civil rights movement and integration essentially did is break up the unity and financial wherewithal of the Black community. Because what stood out to me is in the documentary, they said that if you are able to get one Black person to like you, you'll get all of them to. And likely, they said if you rub one Black person wrong, if you offend one of them, you offend them all. And now that is not the case. I would encourage everybody to look up. It's on YouTube. Look it up, watch it, and you tell me if the civil rights movement was a benefit to the Black community or a hindrance. That's all I'm going to say.
All right, I will. As an immigrant who I think obviously I benefit from the civil rights movement. Obviously very difficult to take that position, but I will watch, and then we probably should have a discussion on this. I think that would be a great discussion. He definitely said no when I asked, can you hear us? He definitely said no. So I'm pretty sure he's trying to back out. Yasmin, go ahead.
That's a troll, Themis. That's a whole entire troll.
I'm not a troll. Oh, my name is Jasmine Adrian. I'm trans. I use she, her pronouns, but I'm not going to get into that. I want to talk about the policies and the stuff that went on in the video.
Yeah, you have a minute. Go ahead.
Yes. So basically, in the video, I don't really think they knew what policies were. I noticed they kept talking about it. basically, when it comes to policies, they should just focus on the things that's going horrible in that community and basically pay attention to the data and then push or lobby for things that would basically challenge those things. Also, they brought up reparations. Now, I'm for reparations, but I don't think Black men should be getting reparations at this point. I think if we're going to give reparations, we should give them to Black women. I think if Black men do receive reparations, they're just going to give it.
But you were calling Black women bald-headed bitches when you called into my channel, and you were doing it on Queen's chat box too, though. So now you're for Black women getting reparations, but when you called me, we were bald-headed bitches. So
that's because I was trying to explain to you I was trans, and you kept saying, "No, you're a man, you're a trans woman." That's why that happened.
no, we can run the playback. That's not why you were saying that.
There, you call me a man.
Wait, were you the
But
person?
that's what you are. It's not.
Were
I
you
came on there
the
trying to
person,
defend
wait,
Black
1
women.
second,
Oh,
wait.
yeah.
Were you the person who said, what, are you mad you don't have a man?
That's exactly who that is. Who types into the chat box, if you can't get a man, just say so.
Yeah.
That's exactly who that is.
Wait, was that you?
Yeah, I was on the panel.
Wait, I don't want to use this platform to hash out grievances.
I was coming up here to talk about the issue.
Yeah, no. But I think Sinji felt disrespected in her live stream because you reacted to what she was saying by saying, if you can't get a man, just say that. And then she called you up, I think, to say, hey, why did you say that? What does me having a man or not having a man have to do with what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't understand why she's calling me a troll and says I'm anti-Black woman. I have a Black mother and Black sisters.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's fine. But I'm speaking directly to you saying that. Like that was weird. My brain didn't even caught on. But I don't understand why you would say that. I mean,
I found her through Hope. I seen Hope on Fox. I was on there to support her, and I noticed that when Hope was up there, she was actually agreeing with Cynthia G and everything she was saying. And she just constantly saying, "Why Transformers on the panel? Why are these Transformers on the panel?" That's how I found her. She was saying that in, I think, Neuro Terror chat box.
In that live stream, I literally never said that. When I address Hope, I address it to say nobody on the panel knew. To my knowledge, nobody on the panel knew Hope was trans.
Exactly. And you said, "Well, why are they letting Transformers on the panel?"
No, that's not what I said.
A chance, Cynthia.
That's not what I said.
Well, that's why that whole altercation happened.
all right. So you guys were arguing about, not you guys were arguing, but you wrote in the chat box that if she can't get a man, say that she called you up to ask you what that had to do with this. But you were saying that you only said that out of anger.
Yeah, basically, because I didn't understand why they were so anti her when she was actually up there speaking for her, and she was actually agreeing with everything she said.
All right. Well, that sounds like a separate conversation. I just wanted to make sure. I didn't know you guys were.
But he's lying anyway, because the bottom line of it is I didn't have a problem with Hope being on the panel.
But you did, because you went in the bathroom and called her Transformers, and you said they shouldn't allow these Transformers on the panel. Just be honest.
Dude, I will play the playback right now. It's up. I didn't have a problem with Hope being on the panel because I didn't know Hope was trans.
You showing your transphobia right now. I said my name. I'm she. If you don't want to call me she, just call me by my name. It's not that big of a deal.
Because you're not. I'm not going to call you she. You're male, so I'm going to call you he.
You're ending this. I am not about to go into this.
And for 10 years, change it up, Miss Lane. Like, what is this for? Let's just stick to the topic.
Well, I wouldn't change it to the one that you have, though. So you should change your wig before you start giving wig advice.
Wait, 1 minute.
Look like you got it straight from Target's Halloween section. Stop it.
Wait.
Girl, you always look a mess.
Wait. All right. No. Wait. No. All right.
Like, it was not. This just went so left.
Wait, yeah, no, that's what. 30 seconds to finish. I thought you had a minute, but this went weird. So,
yeah,
30 seconds. Go ahead.
But yeah, I think they should lobby for policies that will actually help them in that community. I think when it comes to reparations, obviously they shouldn't have reparations. If you're going to give it to Black women, because reparations for Black men, they're just going to spend it on stuff that they don't need. They're going to give it to Fortune 500 companies and then complain about the wealth gap while they're into the wealth gap. I think they should focus on community building. Obviously, you can't throw stones from a glass house. You need to fix your community if you're fighting white supremacy. And then when it comes after that, they should go to basically systems, how to build systems. I think they should take baby steps because it seems like they can't do basic stuff.
All right. Thank you so much for your contribution.
Uh-huh.
Have a good one. Petty.
I was uncomfortable just because of y'all did, I guess, attack each other's wigs. I don't know who, if one or both of y'all are wearing wigs. I'm not the best at discerning that. But I did email you for your wig giveaway and you never responded to me. I believe, the first person to email you and you never responded. So it seemed even more insulting now for y'all to get into this type of wig back and forth. And I don't even have a wig myself to be in the discussion, which really upset me. But that's just how I feel about it. I don't mean to bring my beef up here.
Well, actually, Patty, now that you mention it, I have a wig that I could give to Yasmin, actually. And it would be better than the one that you got on in that thumbnail because, again, Target's Halloween section. I just saw one today. So let me just go on mute.
Even now, it seems insulting when I specifically said I emailed you for a wig, which you did not respond to. And now, when you had a chance to make that right and send me the wig, you chose instead to offer it to Yasmin.
I didn't get the email, Patty.
I'll resend it.
I just sent you the wig.
I'll resend it.
Okay, and I'm gonna send you the wig.
That was my issue. I mean, I had other issue, but why address my beef up here?
Talking about beef, I'm very concerned as to why what's his face hasn't been back to do what he needs to do, because we know he heard.
So Sports Actuary had beef with, I guess, both you and Cynthia, and he chose to address it here. Yasmin had beef as well and chose to address it here. I've noticed that a lot of people are coming here to address Cynthia G beef when Cynthia G has a channel, and that unsettles me.
Me too. Let me say this. The only reason why I care about what Sports Actuary has to say is because he sent me a bunch of stats, and I actually am curious as to what those stats mean, because he sent me stats without any sort of like explanation of anything. And he said that he was going to prove me wrong or something. I don't know. But that he wanted to know that Miss Cynthia was going to be there. He said Miss Cynthia. So that's why.
So are you seeing this when you said that you felt like the dudes who kept sending you messages talking about a private discussion was looking for a date? I'm starting to think that might be what this is.
This one want a date with you.
Yeah, I'm not interested at all. I'm absolutely not interested. I think he's gonna need to figure something out or call in when I do a smoke show.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would have been I'm lying. I'm not even gonna make that lie. I was gonna say I think it would have been a good discussion, but that's not true. I don't think it would have been a good discussion. Someone said Theme is a very sexy man, period. Go ahead.
Well, I just made a salmon Caesar salad. I just wanted y'all to know that.
Wait, have you started eating?
I haven't. I just put it together.
I'm gonna order some Jamaican food. Every time I'm live on Friday, I think I need to order Jamaican food.
That's gonna make me get some curry goat tomorrow because now that you said Jamaican, now it's making me want curry goat. So
oxtail. I need some oxtail tonight and curry goat. rice and peas.
Oh.
Let me order that. I'm annoyed because I actually cut my show short. Well, it's not really short. They weren't talking about anything. And I was going to continue to react to that and then do a summary at the end. But this person emailed me and now he's disappeared. And so, look, let me just say it now. I'm going to do what I want regarding who I let up on the panel because these people are lying. This man came up here pretending like he couldn't hear anything because he didn't want to actually, like, this is how bad it is. He comes up, he doesn't come up, and he said he's not coming up because it's not just Sinji on the panel. I'm like, okay, I don't know what to do about that. He then comes up here, his mic is not working. Then he can't hear anything when his mic start working. I'm just gonna go ahead and say he's afraid, and I understand it's fear. We get it, blah blah blah. So I'm done. I'm starting to see dislike black men. I don't know. What does that say?
Twins. I think twins have some beef. She might have misspelled it.
Oh, trans man, trans. I think I don't know. I'm not sure. Look, here's it. I'm going to end. Please block sports actuary or whatever. Go ahead and block. I'm not about to do this. I'm not sitting here. No. I'm not playing these games. Please block him. It's fine. I'm probably going to private this live because I'm very annoyed. Like we wasted 40 minutes, 45 minutes.
He made too many demands for me. I didn't like that.
What demands did he make?
He said, we're going to do it Friday at 8 o'clock. I don't care what you have planned. Put some time around for me.
I'm probably going to private.
What's that?
Sumo, can you turn me in the back? We wasted 40 minutes. So do not get off mute, Sumo. You're playing in the back. What do you have for us? Go ahead. And then Petty can continue. I'm probably going to private. All right, I'm going to remove you, Sumo. Sumo, can you turn me in the back?
Say what? Could you say what you? Could you repeat that?
All right. The replay is happening when you're on. So is there any way to turn me down in the back? Before you get off mute, turn me down in the back. Truth teller, go ahead.
Hi.
Hey, I'm just kidding. This is a rough night. We're having a rough night.
It is. I'm like, what? Oh, wait. Like, what is happening? I'm so confused. I am so we're still waiting on this sports tower. Hey, Sin.
How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Good.
I caught a bit of your live today, and it was good. I want to say that I actually agree with you with regard to the whole, because I watched a lot of documentaries on it, on the whole integration thing. And I definitely believe it was more of a net negative as opposed to positive for Black people. And the thing is that, like, and this is the thing that I wanted to say, because I've been contemplating it a lot. I don't know what Black Americans want. Like, there seems to be like this, like, disconnect, like, y'all, there's no unity at all. And
wait, pause. You said Black American, and I can promise you, if I ask any Black woman to ask what they want, they go and tell you.
No, I mean, like, but the thing is that, like, are we gonna then fully? I just think there's no answer. One of the things that I wanted to say, because I live in Canada, and one of the things that I've brought up, or what have you, in terms of African Americans, is because you were asking a question about, is it enough for Black people to have access to the upper middle class, and if that's enough, but then there will still be another group of people that are in charge of them. And the thing is, the only way I can see this somewhat working and individual Black people would elect to make it happen is what happens in Canada with the province of Quebec, where they have their own government. They're a part of the country of Canada, but they have a notwithstanding clause legally that enables them to govern themselves in order to preserve their French, Quebecois, very distinct culture. But at the same time, they do benefit from, like transfer payments and different things like that from the federal government. But part of the reason why that is able to work is because although these people have a different culture in terms of like the Francophone culture, they're still largely white, right? And it's a white nation. And so it's homogenous in that way. But with Black America, the thing is that, because I'm like, I don't know this is what I mean. I don't know because white Americans are probably not going to just give Black people what it is that they're looking for in terms of reparations, because they've had the capacity to do so and they have not done so. And I think the thing is that like a lot of like the historical like Black leaders or what have you have not been hard enough, like had like a hard line enough in order to like demand and to get it. Because to my understanding, and I haven't dug deeply enough into it, they do have like they do have a foundation to stand on with that, which is the 40 acres and a mule promise that they were given after the abolishment of slavery. I don't know whether or not that was ever fulfilled.
We can get into that, but I have to point out something. The architect has been a member for 10 months. I don't know what goat curry is, and I'll get to you in a moment. I don't know what a goat curry is.
That's the Indian way of saying it.
I don't know what a goat curry is. I know what curry goat is.
Yeah,
Joking. So part of my leniency is that I very rarely critique Black civil rights leaders. And that's because I'm an immigrant.
Well, so am I, but I think you can like point out what works and what didn't. And sorry, just to like finish my point in terms of like agreeing with Cynthia's point on this, because personally, it's not that I'm saying like integration was bad in terms of like dislike of white people. I don't really feel any way. Like I'm sort of neutral about them in some respects, to be honest, because I personally don't think of them to be anything great or whatever. But I think that it did something somehow, and I don't understand where this disconnect happened or how or why, to Black male psyche, to where Akasin was right. They were very established. They were hardworking. They had their own businesses. They had their own. And then suddenly they got integrated into a white community and they stopped doing for themselves. Suddenly, going to a Black business wasn't good enough. They prefer to go to the white man's business. Like suddenly they lost all motivation to build and rest on their laurels to depend upon the white community. I even had a debate like a few years back with a friend of mine on who his wife is a teacher. He's actually white. She's Black. And he was discussing the situation of education in America and talking about like white communities. And I'm like, what does white communities have to do with it? Why are Black people not able to build on their own?
So, I mean, Black people historically in America were able to build on their own.
Right, but I feel like we depend too much on, and that's why I always fight back against, you like on the white man for direction or the white man to get.
Okay, so this is so tough. All right, so here's my estimation and why, like, when I think about the people who came before me, I'm not like, I don't revere many people, but I also am cautious about how I critique, because I can be very blunt at the fact that I only exist in the way that I exist in America and have been able to accumulate anything that I can in the way that I have because of the hard work of African Americans and all kinds of people, but African Americans, right? I will give the credit there, right? Whether or not what they did was ultimately good for the Black community as a whole, I think is fair and up for critique for people who want to critique it. But when we think about building I would say we haven't built on a global scale. I wouldn't isolate that to an American problem. And even to compare Black people globally to Black people in America, I think if Black people in America had more financial literacy, they would be out of this world. And I think
I agree.
yeah, and so like coming from Jamaica, I know not to compare Jamaican economics to Black American economics. Americans will blow us out of the water each time. And because there are a few of us from Jamaica who migrated and we're doing well, not you, by the way, but Dean actually articulated something similar to this, where it was almost as if he thought we were better than Americans.
Oh, I would never say that. No,
Yeah.
that's not what I'm saying at all. Like, don't get
no,
me
no,
wrong.
that's what I'm saying. You didn't
Yeah.
articulate it here, but
Yeah.
Dean did, and he was like, "Yeah, it's not us; it's those Black people." I'm like, "No."
No.
Yeah, we talk here about Black femicide, and then we go to Jamaica. If we talk about abuse of women, and we go to Jamaica. If we talk about
Absolutely.
men having multiple children and we go to Jamaica.
Absolutely.
What we do
100%.
know is that it's a global problem.
Yes.
And so I don't want to isolate it. The fact of the existence of multiple Black Wall Street that were burnt down by white people implies to me that we might have the capacity. Black people in America have the capacity to build. They do if they but try. And that's my problem.
And that's what
even
I'm
if they
saying.
try, the question is, should they even do it if they can protect it? And is the question about motivation or the ability to protect that which you build? And I think if a lot of men are being honest, Black men in America, I think they would say that they don't believe that they can protect their community because we've never had the capacity. Not that we've never had the capacity, but we haven't done it on a global scale. So
I agree.
When I critique how men are doing, I'm usually talking about the manosphere. When I talk about what is happening, I'm usually leaning very heavily on the stats because my subjective disdain is not about Black position, is that I wish I was a part of a group, the Black community, that was doing better globally. And when I am seen, I don't have to prove my worth. I'm taken at face value. And that's my problem. And that's not just an American problem. That is a global problem.
I agree. I do agree with you there. I agree with everything that you said, but what I'm trying to say is that maybe I didn't represent it well. And just to be clear, I am in no way and have never positioned myself or because as you know, I'm from Jamaica as well, but I live in Canada. So I'm an immigrant in Canada, that Black Caribbeans or Black Africans, because I know that there's like this competition between like the different types of Blacks in you know what I mean, like around the world or whatever. I'm not on that wave at all. So don't get me wrong. What I'm saying is that it's sad because there's so much capacity within the Black American community. That's what I'm trying to say. And to Sin's point, and even like according to like partially Malcolm X and then MLK, when he says he's integrating his people into like a burning house, I feel like that's a very like salient statement. And the issue that I have is when Black people, and even from that brief video that we watched, which I don't know if it's a documentary, if it was a movie that lady brought up, where they're talking about if you promote one Black person, then they begin to identify more as white, and then their own people begin to distrust them. Like it's a very like concerted effort to try to like, breathe like separation within the Black community by like the white power structure. And what I'm trying to say is that is the thing that ended up happening. I think it's good that the civil rights movement happened insofar as getting the broader society, like white society, to view Black people as human beings, right? And, for them to have the ability to access all manner of services, such as restaurants and just simple things, bathrooms, for crying out loud, that they were not able to have access to before, right? Because they were treated as like second-class citizens. So I think it was very instrumental and important for those reasons, absolutely. But the thing that's sad is that, and maybe it's because of them feeling like they can't protect whatever it is that they created, that they seem to stop trying to build and to establish. And also I have to ask the question, like, what would that look like, you know, in the context of America, because it is so heterogeneous, and there's all these different like groups and cultural groups. And what I've observed, because I listen and I watch a lot of different content on YouTube by different people. And what I've observed is that even in like, and this is why I hate when people use this, people of color, we ain't all aligned, right? Like Black people basically have no allies, period. Our only allies is ourselves. That's what I've noticed. The Hispanic people, right, are now at 17% in America. And most of those people are white and racist. And so African Americans are outnumbered. There's a good, listen, I got one of my best friends. She is Hispanic, but she lives here in Canada. She'll tell you herself.
CNN wrote an article on that, actually, Schusteller, and it was a while, it was a while back. They were saying if it weren't for the Hispanic population, their numbers would be fatally low.
Yeah.
There was an article where they said that. These are white Hispanics.
I'm not objecting to the numbers. I just want to be careful with the kind of brush we paint people with. I can talk about a system of racism and internalized racism in a sort of broad way. I generally, if I can prove it, I generally don't claim it, but I will allow it. But like for me, it's not my opinion.
No, I get it, and enough. You know, let's not. But what I'm saying is that I won't trust them. And I don't think it's advisable for African Americans to trust them as far as they can throw them. Because when I look at the conversations that they're having, and even like the thing of a lot of them are moving to adopt a lot of like conservative talking points and ideals as it pertains to how they view, perceive, and interact with African Americans, you know, and that little 2-minute dinner scene is very, very revelatory about, you know, social inclusion needs is one of the highest needs next to like the basic needs of, you know, food, clothing, and shelter for human beings. And so people want to be a part of the dominant group, or whoever is perceived as a dominant group. And people will do what is necessary in order to align themselves with said group. And given that in the American context, Black people have historically and also contemporarily been at the bottom, how do you then think other groups of people coming into America are going to then interact with you all? Is the question that people need to be asking. Because
I mean, oh, this is so bad. This is so bad. Not you, but
I'm basically saying I'm concerned for the place by like in large of African American people.
That's fine. But I think that maybe not for you, but I think that we have to be honest as immigrants. And I don't separate myself from African Americans. When I talk about Black male degeneracy, I don't generally exclude myself. I fully recognize and in some way feel like I have an obligation because I have identity with a group, right? And so I don't separate myself in that way. But I do find it sad, not what you just said, but when you said it's how African Americans are attempting to assimilate, and what would we expect immigrants to do? I think a lot of immigrants come in with a holier than thou attitude. And a lot of us feel ourselves superior to African Americans. It is frustrating because, again, if we look at, like, you don't compare the immigrant who is economically privileged enough to be able to travel here and go through the immigration system. You cannot compare that immigrant to the collective of Black people.
I agree.
Yeah, if you want to see a comparison, compare the entire country of wherever that immigrant is coming from
I
to
agree.
the collective of African American. And what you will find consistently is that the collective of African American is doing better than wherever we are coming
It
from.
came from,
Right?
yeah, yeah.
And so
And by the way, I'm not just talking about Black immigrants. I'm talking about all other ethnic group of immigrants that are considered people of color and their attitudes towards Black Americans in particular is what I'm saying. And I'm observing the way in which they speak about and interact with Black American people, which is like with this uppity attitude and whatever, what have you, right? Which I do find to be problematic because I would never, and I do not think myself to be any better than any other person or what have you. You know what I mean? But I do see the attitudes that people have, that immigrants have. And I'm in the comments section, and I'm seeing when, certain things happen in the news media, and the way in which these people are participating and are, you know what I mean? And it's concerning to me. And I think it ought to be concerning to African Americans as well in terms of their erasure. And
I think it should be too. I think it should be only because I've had experiences with the attitude. Not so much from Jamaican men because I haven't met any. But continental Africans. Well, other than you, I'm talking about in like a dating capacity.
We're dating now. We're in a full-blown relationship. I'm kidding.
No. So I have met Africans who wouldn't necessarily talk negatively about Black people, except like I've had them try to tell me what Black people should be doing to solve racism. And it's like, dude, you're in this country because you can't run yours. So stop. Like, no. It's like, it's like unless you're gonna write the blueprint to how to get out of racism, it's like, please close your mouth. Because I have heard some of them be like, oh, Black people complain too much about racism, yada yada yada. There was a Haitian dude who I had to stop talking to him because talking to him was like trying to convince white people that racism exists.
No, you're in timeout, son. Absolutely not.
He was, but it was just one Haitian. But he explained it to me. He said it's because in Haiti, although they're being oppressed by the French, he said in Haiti they're the police, they're the teachers, they're everybody. So if a person, because he didn't believe the police will racially profile you here, like that they'll pull you over just because you're Black and you haven't really done anything. Because I told him the story when I lived in Seattle, I got pulled over a lot until I got my windows tinted at 5% tint, and then I just like didn't get pulled over anymore, like at all. So he didn't believe it.
I have been in Caribbean Student Association, and it was like by the way, I got rejected because I had to stand up and say, like, this is not right. Some of
you got rejected.
Yeah, no, because the thing is, I don't like dishonesty, and I don't mind you saying you're better than African Americans, but you're gonna have to prove it. And the numbers.
Are you saying that?
Yes.
Oh my God! I was a part of a Pan African Black Student Association in my university, but we were not talking about that, about who's better from who's not better. We're more about, getting to understand, because again, being in Canada, it's a predominantly white nation. And so for many of the people there, it was the first time that we all got to congregate together to learn one another, the differences between, because as you may know, also, Themis, in the Caribbean, there's a lot of like negativity and negative ideas about Africans on the continent, right? Like there's like an animus between Afro-Caribbeans and continental Africans or whatnot. And so for us, it was more of like a camaraderie and an understanding of getting to know
I
East
mean,
African and West
the truth is that Caribbean immigrants, specifically Jamaican, want to be accepted by white people in a way where they will step on Black people and say it. Not all of them, not all of us, but a lot of us, in the way that we talk, and I know this because they talk to me about it and we have to go back and forth and fight about it, is there is this deep underlying hatred. And I worry sometimes when I make content because my objections do not come from a place of hate. They come from a place of concern and togetherness. And I don't see myself as better than the people that I'm talking about, the group that I'm talking about. I see myself as a part of it. And I need to also be a part of the solution. And I think us as immigrants, I think ADOS, by the way, African Americans who've been here, they also have work to do in terms of coming together with other Black people. But I don't think it's right for us to completely ignore the fact that we also have work to do to reach out. And we have ideas and thoughts and ways of speaking that feels like, it feels like we are othering ourselves to be and pretend like we're better. Like, we're not better. We're not better. And we are all, our image is all kind of crap, essentially, globally. And I know this because going to China, there's this idea about Blackness, and they don't really care where you come from, right? Eyes of other groups of people across the world, they don't really care where you come from. And I don't think it's fair in my mind to ask African Americans to trust us if we are unwilling to also extend grace. My grace comes in the form of correction, so it is what it is. But I mean, I'm not going to pretend like Jamaica is better than America. Like, I'm not going to do it.
No. But again, you keep talking about it in regards to Black people, to the diaspora. But when you're speaking about immigrants, but I'm talking about even non-Black immigrants. And the threat that they pose to the broader Black community within America, and the way in which they're being socialized against Black Americans. Because
wait, so one of the
things they actually are. So one of my niece's dads, he's from the Cameroons. He's not a citizen. He's Cameroonian. And he said when he came over here, he said they don't explicitly tell you not to deal with American Black people. He said they basically just inundate them with negative propaganda and suggest that they might want to not deal with Black Americans. So for some of them, even upon entering into the country, they're going to see a bunch of negativity. They're going to be incentivized to have negative attitudes towards Black Americans, according to one of my sister's Cameroonian baby daddies. So.
Yeah.
And I can interject here. It's a lot of nice discussions. I commend everyone. But I have a few things I would like to say. I think a lot of people, truth teller, one of them, I think you're saying a lot of things that are incorrect. You as a Jamaican, I don't think you can speak on behalf of a Black American. And I'm just saying, as a Black American, I'm saying that. I don't think you can speak on our behalf whatsoever. We do not see Jamaicans or any other Black group as our brothers. And I'm just saying that
because y'all are so divisive. It's because Black men are by nature very divisive, and that's how y'all got conquered. Because y'all was tribal wars. Tribal wars is how y'all essentially got conquered. So you would think you would have learned from that and stopped doing it, but you haven't.
My mother is the reason why I have those beliefs. So you just said something again that's incorrect. My mother.
It's not incorrect. We're just talking about opinions, are we not?
Well, you said
so
Black men
wait,
had established Jamaicans and Africans aren't our brothers.
Please. I'm sorry. we can hash out this diaspora war some other time. And the reason I'm not going to do it is because Sports Actuary is here and he came to drag us. So I'm kidding. He came to explain some truth to us. So we're going to end this discussion, not end it. We're tabling it for now. We'll get back to it on some other live. I will name it Diaspora War or something. I don't know. Anywho, before I go to Sports Actuary, Sumo, I don't want to disrespect you. Do you have anything else you want to add, but not about like the Black men versus internationally versus America? Or you could just stay on and listen until we come back around. All right, Sports Actuary, go ahead. You're muted, Sports Act. I'm not doing this. I feel like Sports Actuary is playing games. Go ahead.
What happened?
Girl, I am big mad.
Literally playing. No, he's on playtime. A lot of Black men stay on playtime even when ain't nobody playing. So he's on playtime, we on serious time. It just is what it is.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes. Can you hear us?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
I want to apologize for all these technical difficulties. This is the first time I've used this equipment. I haven't done live streams before, so I appreciate your patience.
All right.
Go ahead. What you about to say?
Go ahead.
Themis?
No. This is your time.
Before I present the corpus of my discussion, Cynthia, can we agree that neither one of us will do any lying? I mean, would you be comfortable with that?
I was hoping you would have addressed anybody else on the panel except me first, but I don't lie, so go ahead.
Okay. I'd like to discuss some of the things that you regularly talk about, but that's not the main focus of why I requested this this online. You've discussed your concern about eugenics, and I wrote you a letter. You blocked me, and I'm under the impression that I was blocked not because of any comment I made in your live stream or in the comment section after the video posted. I'm under the impression that you blocked me based on the letter I sent you. Is that correct?
Are you asking questions or are you delivering?
Well, I'm going to deliver something, but I was just curious whether Cynthia G blocked me based on a letter.
I blocked you. I blocked you based on this.
What letter I sent you?
What from me?
Well, she doesn't seem to want to clarify that. All right, let me talk
I think you're crying because I blocked you. So now it's time for me to troll. If you're not going to be serious, I'm not going to be serious. You didn't come. Did you really come up here to cry about me blocking you?
I was just curious. You know,
Wait,
that's kind of unusual.
Wait. Sports Actuary, you can't do this. You can't say you have something serious to discuss and then she blocks you because she don't want you around her. All right, it's done. Fine, whatever. You can go ahead with your what you're doing now.
Something that Cynthia G mentions on a regular basis. She says that a Black man toe tags a Black woman every 5.5 hours. I sent her.
Word on the street is every 4 hours now.
Wait, what is
Okay,
it?
well, I'm going to present some statistics, and I would invite you to present yours.
No, it's okay. Just present your stats.
All right. Themis, do you have? Can you bring up the FBI murder stats, please?
Which one? No, yeah, I'll do that. Is that one of the ones you sent to me?
Yes.
Which link was it?
It says FBI murder stats 2019.
All right, I have that up. There you go.
Can we see it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, can you roll it up a little bit more so we can see? I'm interested in the second column. It says Black or African Americans. That's the race of the offender.
Yeah.
Do you have the 2020 version? Because I believe these are released every 2 years. So you kind of like need to upgrade it to 2020. I'm just saying.
I got the latest versions posted on the internet by the FBI.
All right, wait, go ahead.
Okay, in that second column, if we go down that second column where it says female, do you see that?
Here.
You see it?
Yeah. Is this the one you're talking?
Right. Okay, now what's that number with a Black and African American column intersects the female row? What is that number in there?
This here?
What's that? 694? Is that what it is?
Wait, I don't know which one you're talking.
Yeah.
It's the third number in that female row, the third number over. I think it's 694.
Yeah, it's 694 under Black.
Okay. Now we have 365 days in the year and 24 hours in the day. Does anybody have a calculator?
Yep.
I have a here, I'll put it in as well.
Go ahead then, Patty.
All right. We multiply 365 times 24.
What, you're moving too fast? 365. Okay.
Times 24. What do you get?
Times 24. That is 8,760.
All right, now that's the total number of hours in a year.
Mm-hmm.
We divide into that 694.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what do we get when we do that?
You
12.
do wait. You do know this says murder and not homicide, right? What is it? Can you tell me the difference between murder and homicide?
I'm not an attorney. I think that's what we want.
No, homicide is the unlawful killing. The report says homicide. This can be manslaughter, murder in the first degree. So when you say, when we're looking at a stat for murder, you do know that doesn't encapsulate all of homicide, right? The killing of Black women doesn't only come in the form of murder. Homicide is the umbrella term for different kinds of murder and manslaughter.
Let me look at the chart. Are you suggesting that it would make a big difference?
Yeah.
Please explain the difference.
Manslaughter, for example, would be crime of passion. So if a Black man walks in, if a man walks in on his wife sleeping with someone else and then shoot her, he can claim that it was a crime of passion and it wouldn't be murder, it would be manslaughter.
Okay, so
I'm asking if you factored that into your number.
I don't know whether this is I don't know which type of murder. This says homicide.
Yeah.
So homicide.
No, it doesn't say homicide. It does not say homicide. It says murder.
Let me
wait a
help
minute.
you out.
If you go to the I don't think
Wait, by the way, I'm only telling you this not to like debate you. I'm just like telling you, because when I went to try to confirm the Black femicide rate, I had to pull up different stats regarding different kinds of killing. This is one type of killing.
Yeah, because I don't know if this report factors in domestic fatalities, basically DV situations that turn fatal more often than not for the woman instead of the man. If that's talking murder rate, I don't think it would even account for that, because that would essentially be a form of homicide, basically the domestic violence fatalities.
Yeah, and this is part of the homicide table, by the way. So this down here is murder rate. This is table 6. So can you send me the rest of the tables, which would include homicide data? I am not going to do this for you, by the way. You are going to do this for yourself.
Well, I think this is what we want. I think
No,
this.
no, homicide is an umbrella term. Let me pull this up for you.
So if I'm understanding you right, you're saying that homicide includes what did you say, manslaughter?
It includes
manslaughter
murder.
is a subset of homicide. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that doesn't cripple my argument. It makes it stronger, because if I get the number that I think you're saying would be more appropriate, that would lower that 694.
No. It would higher the number.
Well, I thought you said that manslaughter was part of homicide.
Yeah, so homicide is the bigger term. We're looking at a table right now for murder.
So you're saying murder would be smaller than homicide? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, that would that in essence that lowers the denominator.
No, it doesn't, because you would combine both the categories. Like, seriously, it's your dude.
We're talking about it's a ratio.
Right, but
the number
oh
of
my God,
hours.
I'm even the best at math, and I know that
Wait. So, Patty,
you would clearly need the sum of the two.
Patty, do you have your whiteboard?
So I was just taking some notes while y'all were going over the difference between homicide and murder, and I did go ahead and let me put this up here.
I hate you. No.
So you can see the this is the perpetrator. Let's just call him the perp. I hope y'all can see this. And up here you have.
Don't you think you should let me finish my presentation? Don't you think you should?
Well, I
should
think this is relevant to that. You can't have homicide without a home.
Patty, stop. All right.
This is why I'm not debating Betty no more.
Okay, no, Patty is out of control. All right. So if you can think of homicide as a large umbrella, murder would be one under that umbrella. All right, well, he disappeared. Explain everything. His device is connecting. So let me explain to him what's wrong. I don't know if he can hear with what he's attempting to do. There are multiple data tables produced by the FBI. They're broken down into a ton of different they're broken down into a ton of data, right? It's not just one. Like, you're not going to just pull up one table and say, here it is, right? Because what the FBI does, it reports, it's supposed to be non-biased, right? It's supposed to be objective. And so it's reporting as the data comes in. And it doesn't lump all kinds of homicide into one thing, right? And so if you're looking through it, and this is why that video that I made regarding Black femicide was such a hard video to make, that is because I had to go through a ton of data. And so I don't know if sports, I'm not being mean in any way. It feels like, because a simple concept as in homicide versus murder and manslaughter, homicide being the big umbrella, that manslaughter, negligent killing, murder in the first degree, murder in the second degree, let's lump that together and create one murder. Yeah, I don't know if you understand what I mean when I say homicide would be the bigger umbrella. And also if this is the only data table there. Look, the if you look at, it says table 6, which indicate that there are more tables, but expanded homicide data table 6, expanded, it implies that there's more. Like, even if you don't know, like, oh my God. Sports, go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
I got technical problems.
You're
But where
fine.
we left off,
All right, go
I
ahead.
was
You were
asking
explaining. Go
Prince
ahead.
Petty.
Oh, basically, my bad. I don't. Maybe the last half of my
Can
thing
y'all hear
cut out.
me?
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
hear
we
you.
hear you.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Oh, man.
Can you hear us?
I can't hear y'all.
Wait. All right. Do you? You can't hear me. So can someone type? Can you leave and then come back so I can put it on the screen? Petty, use your middle finger to push your glasses up. Meow.
Let me reload this page.
So he's gonna go and come back, I think. So you think that the organizations reporting on Black femicide are lying on the FBI stat? Like, I is that? Oh, he's back. All right, can you hear us, Sports?
Yes.
All right, Petty, go ahead. Explain it to him.
So if we look at homicide sports, it's made up of a couple of different components here. I have, for example, murder, manslaughter, negligence. So when you pulled up table 6, it only shows murder. So we don't have the full picture about all of the numbers as far as Black femicide. We would need a more complete picture and more data.
I think you I think what you're looking at is incomplete, because what I'm looking at, it says expanded homicide data.
Yeah. What do you mean? What do you know what expanded is?
I know what expanded is generally, but as it would be used by the police department, not specifically, no.
No, it is what it means generally.
Well, expanded homicide data means it's got specifics, which this data has.
So think about it like this, sports actuary. When we expand on something, what we're doing is zooming in on it. So instead of looking at homicide as a whole, in the table you presented, table 6 on the page you're on, they've zoomed in on murder. So we don't have like the other examples like negligence, manslaughter, and other types of homicide. We don't have all of the data with just this table you're looking at.
How do you know that this table is just about murder? Where does it say that?
At the top of the page you gave us.
Where?
You see where I'm highlighting?
I'm trying to see y'all. I am dead.
Sorry, I need to blow my nose.
Yeah, are you
I'm
looking
ready.
at the PNG file I sent you? Is that what you're looking at?
Wait, you told me which one to click on. Wasn't this? Wait, if this was the wrong one, why did I can go to the right one? Should I go to another one?
Yeah, the FBI murder stats.
This is
It
it.
says FBI murder stats 2019.
Yeah, that's the one I clicked.
Okay.
Wait, why are you asking which one says murder when you're literally reading saying the name murder stat?
That's what I put in. That's not what the FBI put in. That's the name I gave to the file.
All
But
right.
I don't see.
So, all right, we're fine. Can we move past this? We'll just say
Well,
you won.
there's a
You
reason
won this
why I
round.
presented
Wait.
this.
Welcome to the member. You won this round. You got it. Which other point did you want it?
Well, okay. The reason why I'm presenting this is Prince Petty was going to perform the calculation. 365 times 24, the hours in a day, divided by that figure 694. If Prince Petty would be kind enough to tell us what that works out to.
Do that, Prince Petty, if you can.
That's about between 12 and 13, closer to 13.
So why I sent this information to Miss Cynthia, why does she continue to talk about every 5.5 hours, a black woman is toe tagged by a black man?
Oh, I know why. I think probably because she, in her mind, is thinking about homicide and not just murder.
Well, you're talking about murder, but I don't see murder anywhere on this graphic. Only place murder appears is the name that I gave the file, and I don't work for the FBI.
Wait. Farmer, welcome to the membership. He said, I had to join. This comedy is too rich to be free. Look, thank you. I appreciate that. So you don't see the word. Let me try to zoom in. I'm not good at computer. You said you don't see the word murder?
I'm looking on it. No, I don't see it. Where does it appear?
Look at my screen.
See, I'm not. I'm looking at the file I sent you.
Yeah, are you looking at my screen?
Well, it's got to be on the file I sent you to be on your screen, doesn't it?
Yeah, I clicked the file you sent, and I am now on.
You mean at the top where it says FBI murder stats? Is that what you're talking about?
Timus, can you drop the link? I genuinely understand his confusion. All right, there you go. You said you don't. Are you looking at the screen currently?
I'm not looking at your screen, but I can do that. It's going to take me a few seconds to get there.
Wait. All right.
Okay, now I can see. All right.
All right. You have to mute me in the background.
Okay, I see it. I see it now.
All right.
All right. So in other words, your position is that your position is that if we add the murders in there, that's going to.
Wait, can you turn me down in the background? Whatever you just did made it very hard to hear.
Oh.
Turn me down in the background. Whatever you just did made it very hard to hear.
What about now?
Yeah, you're good now.
If I understand you right, you're suggesting that if those other types of toe tagging, if they are included, that's going to change that denominator. It's going to make that denominator a lot bigger. Is that what you're saying?
The numerator is what you're dividing it into, but sure, the homicide rate would be higher.
Do you know how much higher it would be?
Yeah, it's gonna add up to every. Oh, someone was in the background. Concern left. It should go down to every 5.5 hours.
Well, what I sent you doesn't have that. I imagine the website does.
Yeah. All right. That's fine. That's fine. You said you had more, so you sent me a couple
Okay.
more.
right.
Concern. What was it? Go ahead, sorry.
I
Okay.
think what the confusion is here is that how does homicide expand? Because I mean, I'm not familiar with all the above either, but I'm not defending him either. I'm just saying, like, I think that we're assuming that we understand how homicide expands into different categories, because most people would assume homicide and murder are synonymous.
They're
That
not.
homicide is not actually a higher category.
Well, it depends on
Homicide
how
for the
much.
wait. A homicide can be used colloquially to describe murders in some ways, but to report it on a government agency website regarding the outcomes for people, it cannot. So the way in which you're going to, well, I'm not saying it cannot, but the way you're going to do this research is you're going to go into the FBI or data system, and then you're going to filter for homicide, and then you're going to break homicide down into different kinds. So you will have manslaughter, you will have negligent homicide, you will have murder. The degrees of murder might not be there, and then manslaughter. Manslaughter generally is a category on its own.
Well, I don't think Cynthia G was talking about accidents when she uses the term toe tag.
No. Negligent homicide is not an accident. Negligent homicide is not an accidental killing is not the same as negligent homicide. You had a duty and you failed to carry out your duty that resulted in the death of someone is not the same as someone accidentally died.
Is that what Cynthia G was talking about? Is that the kind of?
It might not be what Cynthia specifically was talking about, but that's what the number regarding femicide includes.
Well,
I'm talking about all forms of toe tagging.
Yeah.
So I think that, to be clear, we're saying that, and I'm not, again, defending him. I'm saying that, like, that what we're saying is that homicide is all the above. So if in the event there was a black guy who was a doctor, and I'm just trying to make sure I understand, so I'm following too, that if there was a black guy who was a doctor and a black woman died in his care, would that be accidental death? But like negligence, you don't take care of your grandma or something, like you're a CNA and you don't take care of the person who was in your care. So we're saying that there are many forms of ways that black women die at the hands of black men outside of murder, which is what usually that's the image that we have. And so you're adding another layer, which I don't think anyone ever went into, and I think that's a part of the confusion.
Yeah, well, no one goes into it because it's labeled it is labeled as homicide as a broad category. So if he came up here and said the homicide rate is this is how many people actually died, and this is the homicide in the Black community for Black women, then he would be correct. But you can't do it for murder in that way, you would be correct. The question I have was not that. Like, that's just the first part of my issue with what he's presenting. Which column were we talking about?
The second one.
Did you read
African American?
Did you read what this says up at the top here?
It says race of offender.
No, I'm confused as to why you're presenting this.
Well, Cynthia G.
Wait, no.
has said,
Wait, read this again, please.
Says race of offender.
All right. Why did you have Petty calculate how many hours these people are dying?
Because Cynthia G has said every 5.5 hours, a
Stop.
black man toe tags
Stop.
a black
I
woman.
am stopping you because I'm trying to not let you step in your whatever. This is offenders.
Right.
Wouldn't it be victims that we're looking at?
That's why I pointed to the row which says female.
Yeah, but it's
the intersection of those two. It's the intersection of the second.
Like, I was waiting because the first issue is with what is happening here. Is this homicide? Is this murder? I said, let's move on. The reason I said, let's move on is time and again, y'all come up here and embarrass yourselves. And I attempt to correct it. Instead of moving on, you decided you wanted to double down. So I let you have it. You did not see that the top, what you're presenting to me is how many black women were killing other people.
No, it's not black women. It's black people, both male and female.
The stat you are showing is the offenders, the people committing the crime.
I'm pointing toward the intersection of that column, black or African American offenders, and the female row. The intersection of that column and that row is the number of females killed by black people. Now, some of the black murders are female.
By black women.
No, it's both black males and black females.
So if the row you're pointing to for black male who are the offenders, you have to make that meet with black female in the row, which is going to be over 1,000 here.
Why would it be over 1,000?
The sex of the offender for male, when you go down and to the victim, the sex of the victim for female is 1,647.
That's the sex of the offender. But that's without regard to race. On that where it says sex of offender, that's looking at the numbers completely differently. That first where it says race of offender, that's what we're interested in. And I would, we can move from this, but I would maintain that Cynthia G was focused on deliberate acts in which the man deliberately murdered the woman.
No. I'm trying to get you to draw. Are you okay? I'm so sorry. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm all right.
All right. So you would go to the race of offender, right?
Right. That's a column.
Yes. So the race of offender is black or African American, right?
That's correct.
And then you would go down to female, right?
But some of those females are white. Some of them are white. And some of the offenders are black women.
Yeah, so you would go to the race of yes, actually you're correct on that note. So where would you go then if you're looking at it? I know the answer to this. Where do you go for black female to match the offender? Because there is an argument that you can make about the total number of homicide, regardless of this chart, is not coming from black men.
I don't understand.
No, I'm making the argument for you. I am making your argument. You don't need the chart here to say black women are being killed, but black men aren't the only one killing them. Is
that's
that your
true. That's
argument?
true.
Wait, is that your argument?
No, that's not my argument. Is that the 5.5 hours that a black woman is killed by a black man every 5.5 hours, that greatly
You're restating. You're
overstates.
restate. That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying that overstates.
Yeah, no. But what you're saying ultimately, which is not incorrect, is that every 5.5 hours a black woman is killed, but it's not being killed by a black man. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that the true rate, if you adjust it for the fact that that 694 includes white women killed by black people, and it also includes women killed by black women. Could be a black woman killed by another black woman, could be a white woman killed by a black woman. I'm saying the true number is less than that. It's probably at least 10% less than that. So in other words, my belief is that instead of every 5.5 hours, the true number is like 15. It's like close to 3 times what Cynthia G.
Wait.
repeats.
You're saying you believe only 15 black women were killed?
No.
Explain that again.
Every 15 hours, a black woman is killed by a black man. That's my estimate. But she is saying it's every 5.5 hours.
Wait, how do you know that? Because
it's an estimate.
Wait. Do you need some water, by the way? You can take a minute and grab your water.
Thank you.
All right. So listen to what I'm saying. Are you saying that black women aren't dying at a high rate, or aren't being killed at a high rate?
No, they are being killed too often. They are being killed.
No. Yeah, but but what I'm trying to get you to say is that yes, they're being killed, but black men aren't killing black women every 5.5 hours.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yes. The stat
doesn't.
doesn't.
Closer to 15 hours.
No, well, no, you don't know that. I'm stopping you.
That's my estimate.
Why would you have it? Where would you get that estimate from?
Well, Prince Petty came up with what'd you say, 12 or 13 when you did the arithmetic?
You know you're using the word being killed and homicide interchangeably, right? They're interchangeable, but you're using murder to describe what you're talking about.
Well, you said that we maybe we should move on. I'll look at the thing again. I'm just guessing now. I don't believe.
So let me tell you how to
issue you
look for it
mentioned.
then.
I don't believe it affects the numbers.
So the top row is the offender. The side row is the victim. You line them up, the victim and the offender, to get the number for each table. The first table is going to be murder, and then subsequent tables should be manslaughter. So if you're looking for it, look for murder, manslaughter. Look to see how the FBI distinguish different kinds of homicide. That's where you would start first. Does the FBI distinguish different kinds of homicide? If there's a yes, you need to figure out how they distinguish them, and then you need to search for each of those kinds of homicide to come to whatever conclusion you want to come to. Get all the numbers, add up all the numbers, and then divide it in the way in your petty calculator, and that should give you your answer.
Well, I got to know what Cynthia G meant. And I don't think.
No, that's what I'm saying. Cynthia G, like everyone talking about it, is talking about the report that comes out that says homicide.
Okay,
she said
I'll look
black
at that.
women are being killed every 5.5 hours. Killed is being interchanged with the commission of a homicide against black women. If she says black women are being murdered every 5.5 hours, that would be inaccurate, because murder is a legal term of art unless she's talking colloquially.
Well, I'll have to do that, but my guess
Yeah,
is
that's fine. That's fine.
My guess,
I appreciate.
yeah, my guess is it doesn't bring it all the way down to 5.5, but that's just a
Well,
guess.
you don't guess. Murder is literally a lot of people when they go to prison or go get in trouble, they will literally negotiate and say, okay, I'll take manslaughter instead of murder. So the number for manslaughter is going to, in my estimation, from my own research, higher than murder.
Well, I'll research it. I'll get back to you. If I'm
Leah,
wrong, I'll
say
if I'm
something.
wrong, I'll apologize to Cynthia.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And I appreciate, by the way, you saying, look, maybe I didn't think about it that way. So I'll go look it up. So that's fine.
All right. Another thing,
Themis, before I
Cynthia.
move on, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry, Coco the
Can you
lawyer.
bring back up the chart for me, please?
Mm-hmm.
Can you zoom out a little bit to go back to the header before we get actually into the information? So this is why people should not look at one chart, because one chart does not give you a view. So I'm not going to harken back to the conversation between homicide versus murder, but
Wait,
under
no, are
that,
you looking? Wait, please. If you're looking at single victim or single offender,
yes,
no, I ignored it.
I can't, Themis. I can't,
No,
because when he goes and gets all of his charts, he needs to understand this is only accounting for single victim versus single offender. It does not account for multiple victim, single offender, or single victim, multiple offender. You need to have at least all of those three for every single chart that you have, add up all of those numbers, and then divide. You cannot just look at one chart and get the entire context of what we are saying. Comprehension is very, very important. If you are going to make the argument that the victim versus the hours don't add up, you at least need to start off with a chart that is for victims and not for the offender. Whatever math you were trying to make math was never going to math. You didn't start in the right place.
Well, as you were speaking, I went to the website, and I think I got the right figures there. You make your
And
own
if you
judgment.
think that,
Because
that shows everything you need to know.
if you are
In
right,
the,
they would have
no.
had
Sports,
those.
Sports, stop. This is for your benefit, and I'm stopping you now. You're saying in the time she was speaking, you got the answer. Like it took. By the way, for me, it took me like almost the entire weekend to log through this FBI website. But I'm going to assume that you're correct in saying that you already got it, because the FBI website was not easy for me to navigate. And I'm not saying I'm smarter than you. I don't know you. So you're saying in the time she was speaking, in the less than minute she was speaking, you got the answer. Someone said felony murder, and I completely forgot.
Themis, I sent you the link. You can do it too. If you hit the link that I sent you, you'll go there too.
Where did you send the link?
It's in the email I sent.
When? Just now?
No. When I requested.
We are at the link you just sent me. We are on there.
Well, I don't see. From what y'all are saying, there should be a manslaughter section, and there should be several sections. But
there are several different charts for each of those things. There are different charts. Different links, if you want to put it that way. If you can only think of it that way, there should be different links. One link is not enough to get the entire picture and context.
Okay.
I think an interesting question is: are you comfortable with Black women dying every 15 hours? Would that make the problem not an issue?
No, I think I don't know whether there is an acceptable rate for people to be murdered. No, if it was 100 hours, I don't know whether that would be acceptable. But we can go on to the next. We go on
Well,
to
I mean, I
the.
think that the reason why I want to ask is because though I won't pretend as though I understand, all of the things that people who are lawyers and have experience in looking through these types of things see, I will say that the fact that you came up here to defend the idea that 10 hours is a difference, but that Black women die at a significantly higher rate than everyone else. If it was 15 or if it was 5 is a jarring number, but if it was 15 and that's still significantly higher than anyone else, how does this protect the Black male image? What did that mean for you when you wanted to defend that fact? Because you also admitted that Black women die more often than everyone else.
I'm gonna just come out and say it. I think you guys are trying to have a cold and calculated, coordinated attack against this Black man, and I don't like it too much. So
Teddy, it isn't the moment. It isn't the moment.
I need y'all to
And I
stop.
appreciate you. But for real, when we think about splitting hairs, and again, I understand
No,
we need
it's not splitting
we're gonna
hairs. But I'm prepared to go to my next point.
Wait, no, wait. Give me 2 seconds.
But like I said, I'm on that website.
Wait, no. I have a data bank of all the FBI murder-related stats, and I'm about to pull up at least 8 of them, because the fact that you think you can just go through, that you can literally just go through in a minute and figure out the stat regarding death for Black women in the time someone was speaking that was less than a minute is kind of ridiculous to me, when I had to do so much work. And I'm saying that because it feels like we are not being honest about kind of the ways in which we do research, why everyone just randomly become a statistician, and no one actually want to do work. And I know you don't want to do work because you said you were going to spend some time to look at it, and instead of going to find the time to relationship is that victim of the offender. Got it. There is another. Instead of going to go find some time to look at some of these charts, it feels like you're just oh, I already have it, instead of actually going out to go look at it.
Well, see, I thought from what y'all was saying, I thought that the link that I sent you, I thought it contained everything. And when I went to the link, I didn't see anything in addition to what I've been focusing on. So you're suggesting that some deaths that are not included in the table which I sent you. You're suggesting that they would possibly turn the whole thing around, and instead of it being 15 hours, it'll come down to 5. And I'm guessing that that's not the case. But if I'm wrong, I'll apologize to Miss Cynthia.
And this is the issue with not knowing the difference between raw data and a study or a compilation of data or an article. A chart of raw data isn't going to give you anything other than what's in the chart. You have to have the comprehension skill level to understand you need to go researching more to get full context. One chart is not going to give that to you, especially when the chart you're looking at isn't on the data you're trying to make this mathematical equation make sense out of.
Coco.
Yes.
Can you read this for me? This is where you would go find.
You might need to give me some water. Okay. Because these killings are determined through law enforcement investigation to be justifiable, they are tabulable separately from murder and non-negligent manslaughter. Justifiable homicide information can be found in Expanded Homicide Data Table 14, and that's the label of it, and Expanded Homicide Data Table 15.
Yeah, you can stop. They separated murder and manslaughter. Like, you first go look what the FBI does, then go figure out how to calculate what you need to calculate. I didn't just say that to get a got you. I said that to give you an out so we can move on. That you can go do some more research instead of us going down this way and then you seeming like you just don't know what you're doing. Which, for me, it sounds like you don't know what you're doing. Let's move on. Your next point.
I taught statistics at the Wharton School. I taught to MBA students. I know numbers, but we're going to get into that later. But we can move to the next chart.
Let me remove all of these tables. Sorry, I had to pull all of those up.
Listen, with all due respect, I cannot with another chart. I can't. Like, I just cannot.
Well, I'm looking at the chart.
You did one with gay. Why do I have a chart about gay?
Okay, and Miss Cynthia, I hope you're not angry at me for pointing this out. There's a reason why I'm doing this. You know, you're in the business of basically you're entertaining people, and it's a
wait, stop addressing Sinji. Like I'm in kind of the
Okay.
Like if you have a point to prove your point. Because
all right, well,
yeah,
in her program, she frequently, well, almost every program.
Wait, stop it. Just say what is it? Which chart should I pull up? I'll pull it up.
It says percent of gay couples. Cynthia G shows this skinny guy moving around like a
stop addressing her like
at a gentleman's club, you know, and she's insinuated, but she's done more than insinuate. She suggested that black men want to have sex with white men. I guess the suggestion is that somehow black men are more gay than other men. Okay.
Are you saying you don't want to have sex with white men?
I don't have any interest in doing that. But let's look at that chart. There actually was some graphics connected with this.
Wait, you said which one? The male couples in the U.S.
Right. Now, this thing says that 82% of male couples in the U.S. were white, compared with 6.3% of gay couples who were black or African American. All right.
I don't know what that proves. I think she would say. Wait, wouldn't she say most black gay men are DL? So
that's what I was going to say.
They wouldn't be coupled up outwardly.
I sent something, a chart which says U.S. population by race.
All right, U.S. population by race.
Right.
U.S. All right, here we go.
All right. Black or African American alone is 13.6% of the population.
Mm-hmm.
So that previous chart showed that only 6% of the male households were black.
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, black men are much less represented in that gay breakdown. But Cynthia G, every video, she's talking about how black men are gay and they're desiring white men.
Wait, are you saying if you're not in a relationship with another man, you're not gay?
No, I'm saying.
So you can be gay without being in a relationship.
No, I'm saying that chart gave
yes
you
or no?
It was a sample.
Yes or no? You can be gay without being in a relationship.
Of course, but I'm saying that's a
So
sample. It's an unbiased sample. Does it?
no,
Does
no,
it
no, no, no,
include
no.
every?
It's not. It is a good sample and estimation of who is in a relationship.
So you see, are you
Are black
suggesting?
women not straight because they're not married? Because black men aren't marrying? That I shouldn't do that. No, I'm not being petty. Because someone is not in a relationship does not change their sexuality. So, because more white people are partnering in the gay community does not mean there aren't gay men in the black community. You said you taught wait. You said you taught stats at Wharton, University of Pennsylvania.
That's correct. I was a junior, and I was teaching statistics to MBA students.
Business statistics, 2305.
I don't remember the number. I don't remember the number.
Period.
It probably was that, but it was the basic course that MBA students had to take. I was a recitation instructor.
Good for you. But you don't understand how we can explain why one stat doesn't actually mean that, like, that there are more white men partnered doesn't mean that black men aren't gay. It just means that maybe gay black men aren't good at partnering other gay black men.
It's a sample. Is it a perfect sample?
It's not a sample. It's not a sample. It's literally it's not a sample. It's an empirical reality about what is happening.
No, I'm saying the 6.6% is a sample.
A sample
That's
of
what I'm saying. That's a sample.
Who came up with that sample? You made that up?
No, I just pointed you to it was a chart that I asked you to look at prior to the one about the population, the percent of gay couples in 2019
that are black.
2019
that are black.
Yeah, it says 6% of the couples are
That's
black.
not a sample. That's not a sample. It's telling you it's saying the estimation for how many black gay men are coupled is at 6%.
Right.
That is not a sample.
It's a sample of the gay population.
It's not a sample.
It's not a sample.
A sample is something that you take that is made to represent the rest of the whole. That is the entirety of the black men who are gay men who are coupled. It's not a sample.
If you want to say it's not a representative sample,
no.
You and I have a difference of opinion.
No, it's not a difference of opinion. If I say most black men are not most black men, that the prison system has more black men than any other race as a percentage of the population, the amount of men in prison is not a sample. I just told you roughly how many men there are in prison, how many black men are in prison.
Right.
If I say close to 40% of the inmates are black, I am not saying 40% is a sample. I'm telling you how many men are black in prison.
This is a sample of the gay population. It's not a sample of the couples. Of the couples, assuming that they counted everybody and didn't miss anybody, it's not a sample of that. It's a sample of the gay population.
As a whole, without reference to race?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. It's a sample which may be biased. I mean,
so black men you're saying the research is telling you that 6% of coupled gay men are black. What is this a sample of?
It's a sample of the gay population. The total gay population is much larger than the people who are in couples relationship. But my point is that this is inconsistent with what she's saying.
I'm doing it.
Wait, since you're laughing, I can't.
This is inconsistent with her saying that black people are somehow black men are more gay than the rest of the population.
I think she.
But how do you answer
literally
that?
wait. You literally could just come up here and say, "Sin, I think you're wrong. Black men aren't the most gay." Like,
but I wouldn't have any statistics to back.
You don't have any statistic to back it up currently.
This is consistent with my position. If you're going to tell me, if you're going to say it's not conclusive, I would agree. I would agree it's not conclusive, but it is consistent.
You want to know something funny? Even if I break from like my understanding of stats and say it is a sample of the larger gay community, right? What you would have just admitted is that that's not all the gay people.
But that's a sample is almost never all of anything. It's
exactly. So if you say 6% of the people who are coupled are black men in the gay community, only 6%, that would mean the other gay black men aren't coupled.
If you knew what the percentage of the total population, total gay population that is black, you might come to that conclusion.
Well, that's
I don't know what that is.
Presented. You shouldn't be presenting couple. If you want to tell Sinji that black men aren't gay, then you come with the stats regarding how many are gay.
Yeah, I object just because I think you're alluding to the fact that gay men are weak, because your argument is black men are weak. So that's the only reason why I would object, that black men are not all gay. And only because, like I said, you're trying to allude that we as gay men, gay black men, are somehow weak. And so you want to say, well,
I'm not discussing that at all.
I wouldn't
at all.
No, I'm not saying.
All I'm saying is it would be consistent.
Gay. I'm sorry, black men are gay. I'm saying you're saying that because you think gay men are weak, because your argument is that black men are weak. That's the only reason why I would object.
All I'm saying is,
a step further and say that I think that he thinks that there's something wrong with being gay, because why does that hurt so badly that you're willing?
No. Wait, you guys are asking him to make a judgment, and I don't really care about his judgment on it. Like, regardless of what he believes about gay people, I don't. It's irrelevant. I am saying, if you are here to prove that Sinji is wrong regarding gay men, I don't know why you would walk here, but to the extent that you do care and you're trying to object and say most black men aren't gay,
that's the wrong stat to use.
Yeah, like, well, I'm pretty sure there's a stat regarding how many black men are gay. I mean, I think what Sinji is going to respond and say, well, that's cute.
She never presented one.
That's cute, but no stat can be reflective of how many black men are gay, because most black men are DL. This is not true, but I don't know if this is true, but that's going to be the argument.
He's trying to disprove something that I never said. Like, I literally never said most or even all black men were gay. Like, I've never said that. So I'm over here laughing because I'm like, you're trying but failing miserably to disprove a claim that I never even made.
You never claimed that most black men were gay, but you suggested that a higher percentage of black men are gay than the rest of the male population.
No, actually, I said the exact opposite. Actually,
well, why do you show that guy dancing at every video?
God, wait, are you?
What's the point in showing that guy?
Period.
Because she thinks the guy that is being discussed.
That she needs to stop showing that guy.
Well, if she doesn't think he represents black men, if she doesn't think he's a sign that black men are moving in that direction, I think she should stop showing it. But I think she shows it because it's entertainment. You know, she's an entertainer. Miss Cynthia G is an entertainer, and her channel is a form of entertainment. You know, there's people who are into pedophilia, As people
Wait, no,
into
yes,
slasher movies.
yeah, no.
Well, this is entertainment.
Yeah, you're right. I agree.
This is very entertaining. I mean, frustrating, but entertaining nonetheless.
All right, but the bottom line is, of course, this does not prove what percent of the black male population is gay. It doesn't prove that it's lower or less than the national average. It's just a data point which is inconsistent with the message Cynthia G projects on her channel every day.
No. All right, fine. Next.
Okay, motor vehicle accidents.
Wait. I'm curious. I promise you, this is the only reason why I wanted to talk to you. All right, go ahead.
Okay, we got at the bottom, it says the U.S. total. Tell you the truth, we're spending more time on this than this is not the reason why I wrote Cynthia G.
Oh, this is the reason I wanted to talk to you. All right, what is motor vehicle accident? Because I'm very curious.
Okay, at the bottom of the chart, the third column, it has the fatal crashes, 35, 7, 766.
Yeah.
Oh, I restarted my computer and I
Yeah,
lost
I got it. I have it.
Okay, so that other chart said that we are 13.6% of the population. So you could multiply that 35,766 by 13.6. And that could give you an estimate of the number of black people who are killed in motor vehicle accidents. But I think it's probably 10 or 20% higher. That's my estimate.
All right.
And then you want to divide it by 2, and that would give you the number of females. Now, if somebody would please...
No, that wouldn't give you the number of female, but go ahead.
Why wouldn't it?
Because you're estimating that the same amount of women who die, men and women die by car accident at the same rate.
Well, unless you have some statistics to
No,
that effect.
you are supposed to bring the stat.
I'm estimating it at 50%.
Why would you estimate do you think men and women die in car crashes at the same rate?
I don't know.
But you should have known. You said you taught stats. That's something you would.
Well,
the fact that I just wait. The fact that I just asked you is nothing to do with intelligence at all. That had nothing to. That's literally the very next question. If I have the total number of people who die by car crashes, and I'm going to divide it. I'm going to divide it by 2. Are the rate at which men and women die in a car accident the same?
That would give you a more precise number.
No,
but if you divide it by 2, it's not, that number is not going to be worthless. It may not be. It's not going to be as precise as you would get.
If it's disproportionate, yes, it will give you a ridiculous number.
If you say if it's, but we don't know that it's disproportionate.
That's what you should know. That is what you should know. If you're bringing this research, you should know this.
I'm not selling insurance policies. I'm talking on YouTube.
Yeah, and I would have let you go with it, except you said you were a stat professor at Wharton.
No, I didn't say I was a professor. I said I was a recitation instructor.
You taught stats at Wharton, so I'm going to have a higher standard for you than I had for any random Joe Blow. And if you are going to come here and say you're just going to divide it by 2 just because, I have questions.
Well, let's divide it by 3. Okay, instead of divided by 2, let's divide it by 3. The point is, actuaries make these kinds of estimates all the time. That's just the way. That's the way insurance.
We divide it by 2. What is the issue? What do you mean?
Could somebody do that, please? So that's 35,766 times 13.6%. And then you divide it by 2.
Are you dividing by 2 or 3? I thought you might be accounting for intersex or.
I'm still trying to figure out why we're dividing by 13.6.
That's the you don't divide by that, you multiply by 13.6%.
I thought you said divide.
Okay, I may if I misspoke, I'm sorry. Multiplied by 0.136.
What I'm confused. I'm not a statistician.
Maybe you should give us your point, and then we can work backwards from there.
Well, that number refers to the total population. 0.136 is the portion of the population which is black. So
what is the standard deviation?
Well, that doesn't enter into the point I'm trying to make.
Can you share the point that you're trying to make first, so that we can kind of follow why?
My point is that when you do that calculation, I think you're going to. When I restarted the computer, I lost my what do you call it? The calc program. I think you're going to come up with a number around 1,400, and that number is quite a bit greater than the number of black women killed by black men.
Wait.
So we are trying to find a standard deviation.
I know you did not. I knew some foolishness was coming. So
you calling it foolishness, but at the same time, you're going to say that you're not skilled in math.
I knew some foolishness was coming, but I did not know you were talking about intentional killing of a human being versus car accidents. Please explain what you were going. I hope I explained why you shouldn't continue, but please explain to me what you mean. Are you saying we should be more concerned about car crashes than homicide? Is that where you're going?
What I'm saying is, if a black woman is going to say, well, she listens to Cynthia G and she says, well, we're getting toe tagged all the time. It's so dangerous. I don't need to date black men anymore. Then maybe if she's going to reach that conclusion, then maybe she ought to conclude, yeah, she should stop driving. Not only stop driving, stop getting into buses, stop riding with other people. She should just find some other way to get to where she's going.
I have a question. Let's change the topic for 2 seconds. Wait. Let me change the topic for 2 quick seconds. Do you believe the criminal justice system is racist? I just want to. Are you Republican?
Sometime I am, sometime I'm not. In recent years, past 4 years, since Trump got in, no.
Wait. Oh, separate question. Wait, no. Separate question that has nothing to do with any of this. You don't believe there is racism in the police force? Like, you don't think police are killing black men, right? Like,
no. What drove?
No, I'm just asking. You don't think that?
I know the police kill black men that they shouldn't kill. I know that.
But you don't think that's an issue?
Oh, sure. I'm concerned.
Wait, why would you be concerned about that?
Why would I be concerned about it? Because it's unfair.
But black men are killing black men more.
On another channel.
Why would you wait? No. Why would you care about the police when black men are killing black men at a higher rate than the police?
I'm more concerned about black men killing black men, but I'm also concerned about the police killing black men.
Why? You shouldn't be driving. You said women shouldn't be driving if they're concerned about femicide. So you shouldn't be
not
concerned about the police.
concerned. I think a woman should be concerned, and she should make some efforts to determine how prone to violence a guy she may be getting close to
There's
is.
no way to know that. I am not going back and forth in that debate with you. You said if they cared that people shouldn't be driving, essentially, if they cared about femicide. Like,
Not
why
if they
people-
care. I said they shouldn't be driving if they take the position that they're not going to deal with black men at all. And that's what Cynthia G seems to be pushing.
Wait,
Don't deal with black
you
men at
just
all.
made a very confusing sentence. Why shouldn't they be driving?
Because the number of black women who are killed every year driving or being on a bus or just being transported via a motor vehicle is greater than the number that are killed by black men.
So they shouldn't drive then.
If
You know that being killed by a motor
if they want to be
vehicle doesn't mean
consistent.
you are driving, right? You know that being killed in a motor vehicle accident doesn't mean you're driving. So not only shouldn't they drive, they shouldn't walk on the street. They shouldn't ride bicycle. They shouldn't go to work. Stop talking. Stop talking for permanently. Good night, sir. That you literally
First off, you don't know that this chart includes pedestrian deaths. There's nothing here that says that this chart includes pedestrian deaths.
Yes, that's
all
the
I'm
point.
saying.
You
I'm
don't-
not
that's
saying.
the point.
I'm not saying a woman
That's the
shouldn't.
point.
I'm not saying a woman shouldn't get in a car. I'm saying she ought to be consistent.
That is the point.
What
You
is the point?
asking me if I know is the point. You not knowing is the point.
I'm not with you there.
And I also think that, you sound like a person that isn't a safe place for black women, because you want black women to not, divest or whatever, but you're literally telling us to just take for granted our safety. And I would highly suggest you check yourself right now, because you basically, what you just did right there was evil. It was evil. And black women should stay away from you. I'll straight up say it.
There's another stat I meant to.
My dude, you're comfortable with black women dying, and you think you can try to use say, well, okay, if
are you advocating that black women not date any black men, that they should just?
I'm going to remove you. I'm going to remove you, and let me explain something to you. The next time you decide you want to go on someone else's panel, because it won't be mine, really think about what it is that you're trying to present and also why. Because the fact is, I thought in 1,000,001 ways how this death by motor vehicle accident was going to come up and what the conversation would be. Like, I literally thought the only reason I wanted to hear what you wanted to say was because of this stat. I don't know why. I don't know why you put it up. I don't know what it was about, but I wanted to hear because I was so taken aback by it. There was no racial breakdown. There was nothing in it at all. But the fact that you brought it up to say you die most, not most, but more in motor vehicle accident, therefore, it seems odd that you're focusing on homicide, something you can control. It's not like, right? It's not like people get in cars to crash, right? I mean, I'm assuming some people do, but it's not like people get in cars to crash. Homicide includes...
People don't date to be killed.
They don't. And they don't
Right.
have the control over the other person who has intent, right? One person in the dating relationship for murder, specifically that you just brought up, and manslaughter, have an intent. Actually, in how men can crash into a woman walking on the sidewalk if you really want to take it there, but I'm not even going to go there. The idea that you think it is comparable to die in a car crash and a man killing you is literally absurd to me. The fact that you put those two things together is ridiculous. Dean actually did the same thing about women should focus on obesity as opposed to being killed, because obesity is killing them.
Maybe he was trying to speak in terms of probability. He is a statistician, so maybe he was saying the chances of black women dying is more probable. Sports.
He said it exactly right. What he said is exactly what I was showing.
Yeah, he's talking about the axioms of probability. So he's saying it's more probable for a black woman to die in a car accident. But I'm trying to figure out why you're saying it's more probable and like how that somehow resolves.
I don't know. What is the value of the probability?
No, wait, stop. I don't understand why there's an interruption, because I do get what he's saying. It's just ridiculous to compare dying in a car accident versus in a relationship where one person has an intent.
I don't. The person who died did not intend to die. It was the
person who killed them is the one.
Yeah, the person who killed them. That's the. Oh my God. Okay.
They didn't.
Nice.
Only in rare instances did they intend to kill them when they started dating.
Well, you don't know that because you did not pull up the full homicide chart. Now, did you?
The homicide chart is going to tell me what the intention of an individual is when he begins dating a woman.
Yes.
Oh, come on. There's no chart.
Yes.
To say that.
Homicide.
You talk about a serial killer, maybe.
Girl.
But if it's not a serial killer, no, it's not. People meet for some reason.
Homicide. Sir, homicide. Look it up. Murder on one end, manslaughter on another. Look it up. And then, don't come back here and talk to me. Go talk to someone else.
May I make a comment about you, Mr. Themis, before this thing ends?
I've made you make comments about Finji, so go ahead, make your comment about me.
Okay. I started watching your channel, and to tell you the honest truth, I was envious of you, because when I looked, I saw all these women in your comment section. It was like, was it 75 or was it 90% women? So I was envious of you. And then I watched, I think it was last Friday, and this man, he was with his woman or whatever in her mother's house, and in essence, the mother was telling him he couldn't stay there. You burst into laughter. You were roaring laughing at that man's unfortunate situation.
No, why
may I finish,
wait,
Mr.
pause.
Themis?
No, instead of saying that, why don't you ask me why I was laughing?
Well, you could say that. May I finish?
No,
you can rationalize it afterwards. Then at the end of the same show,
wait, pause. I gave you the opportunity. I'm not going to rationalize it. Go ahead.
At the end of the show, a woman talked about how she was in this situation where apparently she got into a physical altercation.
She was being abused and she defended herself. Yes.
She said she stabbed the man 62 times. And he ended up in the hospital. He was apparently handcuffed to the hospital bed. She never indicated that she was hurt. She never said he broke my nose, he broke this, or he hurt. She never said she was hurt.
She did.
I listened to the program.
You didn't
yesterday.
listen well enough. You didn't listen. She talked about She talked about abuse as a child, not just from her including her mom, who couldn't provide her the kind of love and affection she gave. She talked about how she had to learn to forgive the people who hurt her. She talked about how she had to raise children, how relationship ended. She talked about how she was going to forgive, how she created a safe garden in her mind, and she had to forgive her mother and welcome her mother into that garden. She talked about all those things, but you, in your absolute arrogance, didn't even hear her
No,
pain.
I heard the
So
whole
you're
thing.
mad. No, let me remove you now. Well, let me let you finish.
Can I
because I don't want to
can I
run.
at least finish?
Let me
Can
stop.
I
You will
finish?
finish. I promise you, you will finish. You just pointed out that I was laughing at a man getting kicked out
Who
of
was suffering.
No. I was laughing, you said, at a man who recorded his family with their face showing, blurred out his face, got loud with a grandmother who said he couldn't stay in her house, and walked out talking about how he wanted to raise his voice, but he's not, and that he wanted his family to choose to be with him out on the street. He questioned whether or not they were going to stay in the home, and do not interrupt me again. Oh, you won't finish. It's fine. And go on. And I laugh at that. And you're telling me you think that is comparable to a woman whose husband abused her, who talks about the abuse she faced as a child and how she had to go through therapy to get through a lot of the stuff that she did, and how she was trying to protect her child from knowing what the dad did to her as a mother, right? And how she forgave the people who hurt her and created a safe space in her mind so that her mom is welcome, her dead mother is welcome in the safe space of a garden for herself. You are saying that you think those two things are comparable? Answer yes or no, and then you can continue. Just yes or no, and you can continue. If you don't answer yes or no, you're getting removed. You think those are comparable? You think those are comparable?
I think that her suffering that she did her whole life was more than this guy getting put out of his house.
Exactly. Great.
For her whole, but my impression was you felt compassion for this woman who she sounded like she tried to kill the man. You know, maybe he deserved it, maybe he didn't. We weren't there.
Compassion for her, but I didn't.
No, so you've been unfair, Themis. You make me wait for you to finish, and then when I start talking, you talk over me.
Go ahead.
That's unfair.
Go ahead.
The woman was into a physical altercation. We weren't there. We didn't hear his side of the story. I learned a long time ago not to make judgments until I hear both sides of the story. But what she did say was she stabbed him 62 times. She never said that she suffered an injury during that altercation with him, during that fight with him.
What you didn't hear or see.
Are you gonna let me finish?
No, because you can't just
You've been unfair
like that and then ignore the fact that she was there was a conversation. You do know there's a private chat, right?
I don't
you do know he didn't die, right? You do know she said she was fighting for her life, right?
So yeah, she said that, but she didn't say she suffered any injury. She said she was
Go ahead.
I mean, you're gonna stab somebody 62 times. I would hope that you think you're fighting for your life. But my point is, the point that I was trying to make was you shut the program down early, because you were crying. Yeah. And then when that happened, when I saw you crying, I said, now I know why all these women are in this chat. Now I know why the 70-90% of these people, well over 1,000 women, are in this program right now.
Why?
Your Prince Petty said it earlier. Y'all were into tearing down a black man.
Hey, don't name drop me after you try to defend somebody who's trying to rape and abuse their partner.
When did I do that?
That's look, the fact, why did she stab him 62 times? Was it really that deep? I linked in the private chat a picture of a police officer who was assaulting a woman in his custody, and he literally has scratches and cuts all across his body and bruises all across his body. Like, I'm not sure in what way, when you hear a woman fighting off her attacker and she have to stab somebody 62 times and he don't die, what is the purpose of you bringing? What point are you trying to prove here? Why are you making this point? This doesn't make sense to me. For you to hear somebody stab someone 62, 63 times to fight them off of them, and you go in and say, well, we don't know both sides of the story.
The truth of the matter is we don't know both sides of the story.
I mean, I know the side I believe based on statistics. I know
she didn't talk about any injuries. That's what I noticed.
She talked about.
Didn't say I got a broken nose.
You didn't listen to the video.
Wait, you thought she just came on here to brag that she stabbed her husband 62 times? You think?
I don't know why she came on there to talk
and you
about
didn't
that.
think about it because you just said that you said that she didn't even talk about anything being abused. So you didn't even hear.
I'm talking about that incident with her husband on that day.
She said she was
That's
fighting
what I'm
him off.
focusing on.
She said she was fighting him off.
Yeah, I go along with that. I don't have any problem with that.
So I'm confused as to what you don't understand. But let's back up. I
don't understand how you had so much compassion for her and no compassion for that man who was being put in the street.
That's the point. That's the part I'm talking about.
I got.
The no compassion for the man who is getting kicked out, right?
Yeah, that's my problem.
All right, not her. Let's talk about him. Why should I have compassion for him?
Because he's a human being.
What? Yeah, I'm a human being. Why should I have compassion for him?
He's a human being.
What specifically? Wait.
What he just wasn't particularly productive.
But you don't know that. You see how you just told me I don't know. You are giving him the benefit of the doubt. He wasn't.
I said he wasn't productive. What benefit am I giving him? I'm not giving him the benefit of anything.
What compassion should I thought you said he was being productive? What compassion should I give to? Why should I give him compassion?
Because he's a human being.
Why? No, compassion is in this way.
He seemed to be committed to his family.
All right, there you go. He seems to be committed to his family. Got it. What part of recording your family, wife, children, and grandmother, and then blurring out your own face seems committed to you?
He took on a woman with a whole bunch of kids.
How do you know those aren't his children? How do you know?
I think she said it.
No, he didn't. She didn't. She didn't say it. No one said that.
I thought I heard that.
No one said it.
So when it came to that man being kicked out, you magically heard some things that didn't happen. But when it came to the woman who fought off her husband, you don't have enough context. And you never heard her
the woman that fought off her husband. I listened to that yesterday just to make sure I got the facts right.
But you didn't listen. You listened to that yesterday, but you didn't listen to what that man said that you had compassion for that you were going to bring up today, because you knew that.
Well, my problem with you was that you were rolling with laughter. If you had no expression at all, I wouldn't have a problem.
Let me be clear. I did not feel empathy for him. I do not feel empathy for a man who would expose his family in that way. A man that is going to record his family. If he had shown his face, I would have said, whatever. But he didn't show his face. He showed all of their faces. So he knew there was something about blurring his face that was important.
That's a much bigger detail for you than it is for me.
So you don't think blurring your face was important in terms of putting this out in the public domain? You don't think you should, as a father, you don't think you should protect your children by blurring their face so they don't get ridiculed at school?
He may have shown poor judgment there.
And I laugh because that highlights the poor judgment.
But I didn't laugh when that man got thrown out.
Yeah, because you had empathy for him.
Right.
And that's
you didn't.
great. I did not have any empathy or sympathy for him. You don't go in there and try to force a woman to make you stay in her home. You are grateful to the woman who say your children get to stay here. You should be grateful. That is my opinion. As a grown man, I know things happen and you can fail, but it is not someone else. It's not the grandmother's responsibility to house you. It's not her responsibility to house any of y'all, actually. And the fact that she extend the grace to your children, not even your wife, to your children, you should have been respectful, not say, oh, I don't want to get loud. Not record this woman in the middle of the night, this older woman in the middle of the night in her house, recording her, trying to shame her into letting you stay in her house. Absolutely, he's degenerate. That's my opinion, and no, I don't have empathy for him.
I got empathy for everybody, and certainly
except the women.
Another black man.
Certainly another black man. And told them, if you had empathy for women, you wouldn't come up here and say they should be more concerned about car crashes and being killed by usually their close partners.
Well,
that is
I was trying to say
that is not a show of empathy.
What I was trying to say.
You can be mad all you want about me not showing empathy, but at least I show empathy for a group of people who are being abused and not a man who is obviously trying to. I'm not going to say he's abusive because I don't know, but the way you record a group of your children, the way you record and was talking about, oh, I'm not going to get loud with you. The grandmother seems like a you problem. So you can empathize with that, but you can't empathize with women being killed. Because you came up here to disprove a stat you don't even understand. I didn't remove him, by the way. Y'all, these people have absolutely lost their mind. I feel like at this point people should become radicalized online because this was ridiculous.
Absolutely. And I actually posted in the comments what concern it said. I was like, whether it's 5 hours or 15 hours, like, what's the difference? Black women are still dying.
And why are you here to try to protect Black relationships by asking Black women to take their safety for granted? Exactly. To not require safety. And that's what I wanted him to get at, because when you think about even the audacity to try to have us agree that, okay, it's 15 hours, it's not 5 minutes, they're not that bad. What?
Wait, one second. You said envy. What was that envy about?
I was envious that you had all those women in your chat. All those women adoring you. That's what I was envious about.
Wow. Okay.
And I'll say this to Prince Petty. If you don't agree with everything I said, that's okay. That doesn't mean that the judgment you made wasn't accurate.
Yo, don't talk to me. I honestly believe you're a rapist sympathizer. Like I can't even talk to you, man. Like, this is really frustrating me. I've never looked at a situation where somebody gets stabbed 3 times while assaulting somebody and said to myself, well, what's his side of the story? Let's see what this fellow has to say.
I didn't hear that.
I don't know what the purpose of you doing all this work and putting in so much effort.
3 times.
I don't know why you're putting in so much effort into disproving that Black women are being killed at the rate they're being killed at. Like, it seems like an extreme amount of work to put into this. For you to put together and read through, well, maybe not read through, but put together all of this data and request an appointment to come up here and present your argument to disprove it over these 2 hours while saying nothing. And then say, oh, I wasn't trying to diminish what Black women are going through. Being killed is still, it's still the same, even if it's 15 hours or 5 hours. But then why come up here and present? If it doesn't matter and you care either way, why even come up here and present it? That doesn't make sense. The reason is because you have a lot of sympathy for Black men, but you don't have any for Black women.
That's not true.
You keep saying you're not trying to take away from what Black women are going through. Yes, you are. There is no other reason to come up here and present all this data like this. Even if you were correct, let's throw the data out the window since you're not. Even if you were correct, the more pressing concern, to me at least, is that they are killed disproportionately compared to other races of women. To me, it was never about the raw number or hours. I don't know why you specified on that so much. Even though those are concerning alone, again, to me, I don't know about you, but it was about the fact that you are extremely more likely to experience this as a Black woman, and usually is from Black men. That is the pressing concern, that it's at such a disproportionate rate, regardless of the number that is attached to it. So to come up here and try to disprove that, I don't know why.
The reason was
because car crashes or something. I understand. Please don't
Cynthia
talk.
G was saying that Black women shouldn't deal with Black men at all.
Yeah, and if they're like
and one of the main reasons
she never
was that,
she actually never said that. I know for a fact she doesn't say that. And you know how I know? Because in the debate with selective reproduction debate, I said, why wouldn't that be the answer as opposed to aborting Black males? And we went back and forth on that debate. So no, she did not say that.
Well, to tell you the honest truth, we spent much more time on this than I had planned. My plan was to discuss a letter I sent to Cynthia G.
You never include that in the email, so no, you cannot discuss that letter you did with Cynthia G. You never put that. Cynthia G has a channel. You are blocked. You can make another account. Don't do that. But that is just that on that. It sounds like you have a personal problem with Sinji, and you and her can discuss that. But what I just saw
Actually, I wanted to do business with her, to tell you the honest truth. I was hoping she wouldn't be offended by my position on her videos, which I hate to admit it, I find her videos entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, you're blocked. She's not going to unblock you. So, I mean, it is what it is at this point. You will be blocked here, just forewarning. I don't appreciate wasting my time. I don't appreciate the way in which you engage in this discourse. And I don't also appreciate you. I don't know what to take of envy because it's not something that I fully understand, but you can appreciate someone having something without being envious of it. And I hope envy
I wasn't
was a
hating on you.
misstatement.
I wasn't hating on you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. I hope you felt like you were able to speak. Have a good night.
I did, but I
When you're
think
triple his age, you shouldn't say you envy him. I'm just saying.
You can envy a person without hating on them.
I think we have a different definition of envy. But in any way, thank you. Thank you for coming on. I do whatever. Have a good one. I don't know. Finji's probably asleep. Whew. That was something.
Yeah, that was a lot.
Yeah.
One thing I wanted to. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Truth Teller.
I was gonna say, it's what he did is something I've been noticing a lot with Black men online, where I feel like they're very self-interested first and foremost, very much so self-interested, and seem to only be able to muster up compassion for themselves, right, than that of Black women, and that really explains a lot when we see like the disconnect like in the Black community, like more and more and more, like I'm seeing it's like a pattern that I'm now observing, because the fact that he felt so compelled to do all his so-called research, bringing like wrong statistics that does not back up his claim whatsoever, but the fact that he would even venture to do that rather than to just, and again, it's just, there's like a consistent pushback against any form of accountability on their part. It's always, there's something wrong with a Black woman, and it's not as bad as it is. It's always like deflecting and passing the buck and like putting the blame, pushing responsibility off of themselves. And it's like, it's really something to behold. It really is. Like it's actually insane to me to observe it. It don't make no sense to me. Like, I'm confused watching it because I'm like, wow, like, it's like there's like a block, there's a psychological block there where it's like they just cannot see. He cannot, like, you're worried about this man who's living in his grandmother's house and like have compassion for him, but not for the woman. Like, I don't understand it. I don't understand it. And the thing is that I don't know from where it comes from. How does this thing grow and develop? And it's so pervasive is the thing as well.
Oh wait, someone said something that's kind of funny. Is Cynthia asleep? Someone said, I think Cynthia's asleep. Go ahead, Concern.
What I wanted to add is that what I heard, because I didn't know this is where it was going to go. I just know that though I did not do well in statistics. How I got this degree is only God's work. I don't think that I would have known what to extend the statistics. But when I think about even the fact that I could have compassion for him in that moment, not knowing that he was a Wharton professor allegedly, but had compassion for him in that moment to just be like, hey, hold on. Maybe we're assuming that everybody would knows enough about that to know what to Google. But think about how what I heard from why the subtext from why he thinks that man is has been done wrong is because he thinks that truly that woman should have stayed with that man. He believes that Black women should stay with Black men no matter what, even if it means that they are going to be on the streets versus being in their house with their grandmother. I heard that subtext. I heard that subtext of what, of just like, you should never, including the grandmother, there's literally nothing that a Black man can do that would make him not be a priority to you. And there's no grievance he can make, including killing you or being a threat to your family. And it's just kind of scary because when we think about how they're talking about divestors, we think about how they're talking about like invalidating any of the claims and any of the conversations we're talking about in terms of coming together. These men truly do not believe that Black women should have any agency at all and see us as pawns for whatever their entertainment is or is not, because just how he constructed that argument, what he got upset about, the references he brought in, there is no, like, he probably thinks all of the Black men, including the man who was getting kicked out, that's an example of a good Black man. He just assumed that to me was painful. Yeah. That was painful, and it was one of those moments where you realize just how blind they are about, because that man would probably tell you
that's enough to radicalize anyone. Like, I feel like well, I'm not gonna do it because it's just not me, but like, I feel whatever. I'm not gonna say it.
And the thing is that too, concern is that I've observed like Black men that are, because he claimed he went to Wharton. Whether or not that's true, I don't know. And was like teaching statistics in Wharton, I don't know. But I have observed even so-called intellectual Black men that seem to be saying something about something. Even they are also very reluctant to take ownership and accountability of their failure to launch as men. And that's what I'm saying. It's a persistent and pervasive issue within the Black community, is the constant lack of accountability on their part in terms of like standing up to the mantle of manhood. Even those that are academic and are not the Pookies and the Ray Rays still refuse to acknowledge that part and have like this rose-colored glasses on as it pertains to the way in which they've been operating within the Black community.
But what I'm saying is that maybe I didn't make it clear. They don't think killing Black women is an issue. They want us to stop whining about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, that's
They don't think making us home. Huh?
Wait, I said that's essentially what he just said.
Exactly.
Wait,
like that was. Go ahead, sorry.
No, yeah. I'm gonna wrap up, so I want everyone to be able to get to speak. Sumo, go ahead.
Yeah, I just think a lot of the talking points were a little off tonight, but I mean it's a good conversation for the most part. I don't believe in the divestiture movement. I like Black women, and I think that the majority of Black men do. But I think that there is just a divide, and it stems from a lot of the institutional racism and things like that. But I do think that if we somehow are able to work past our differences, that we could actually build a stronger community moving forward. And I think it's going to take just us teaching the next generation and instilling in them different principles that weren't necessarily instilled in us, but that we learned from, whatever, going to our secondary educations and colleges, and, just instilling in the next generation, our children, things in hopes that we can better our community and make it stronger. But like I said, I don't believe in them.
I promise you, you and I have a conversation to be had some other time. I can't do it now because I signed up for a pro bono and I completely forgot. So tomorrow I have to wake up early, which is annoying. But
I stumbled on your channel by accident, so I'll have to subscribe. This is the first time I'm tuning in, so like I said, I just stumbled on it. But I'll subscribe.
Right, well, I mean, you don't really have to subscribe. I come on Tuesday and Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you're ever around, I would like to challenge that thought. But I don't have the I mean, you can subscribe if you want, but you don't have to. Go ahead. I don't have the time now, though.
Okay. Well, like I said, it was a good conversation, and I appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you. I appreciate you for coming. Coco the lawyer.
Themis, the amount of patience you have, wow. You need to start a masterclass because listen, I don't have any words. I need to marinate. I'll leave the women and the ladies in the chat with this. Get your education, whether it's formally or just doing it on your own. Please, 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 please don't fall for these men that think like this. Please be smarter than them. And that's all that I have because it's a lot, Themis. It's a lot.
It is a lot. It's actually, I think it's starting to take a toll, actually. Like it's a lot. Most of Marie did a video, and in part of the video, she was talking about how difficult certain topics are and having to like redo it over and over again. We're gonna need to be celebrating a lot more on here and not diving into these because this is not it. This is not
Absolutely.
it.
Rest. And thank you for having me again. And thank you to everyone on the panel. Yes. Rest.
Thank you. LB, go ahead.
So I finally came up here because my blood pressure was raised tonight as well, as I'm sure many others were. And I know that we're past it, but my thing with the sympathy for the Black man that put his family on video and all that, even if he can't see the video part, this man didn't even go to his own mother. He went to his girlfriend or wife or whatever's mother and asked for a place to stay when he wasn't able to provide for his family. and then bucked up on Granny when she said no, as if that woman that has no relation to her other than through her daughter owes you something. And I just thought that was just like, I'm trying to understand how in any kind of world he's a victim, because even as a woman, and I have faced housing instability before, when I go to my family asking for a place to stay, I respect that it's their right to say no or to put stipulations on it. And so I'm trying to understand as a woman how I sorry, how I can accept somebody saying no to me and just move about my business and figure it out. And he, as a grown man, is not able to do that. And not only is he not able to do that, but he's now a victim. Like, I have literally slept in my car because somebody was holding a spot for a male family member who was in jail at the time, just in case he came home. Even though I felt wronged by that situation, I said, okay, this is your home. I respect that. And I moved on to the next place that I was looking for somewhere to live. And I just, like, it's ridiculous to me, like, how a Black man can be victimized in situations where it's just him not being an adult, him not having accountability, him not being respectful. I wish a man would buck up on my mom, my grandma, any woman in my family. We would have an issue. I would have an issue because somebody would have to bail me out of jail. Like, the fact that he even came at somebody's mother that way is disgusting.
Yeah.
And so that's why I came up, because I was just like pissed off about it. And I was like, how dare him? And I was more pissed off because even though I was making jokes in the comment and stuff, that man, I actually felt some sort of like empathy for him in the moment of like, okay, like he's just stuck on his ego. He can't back down. It's like he's overwhelmed. People from his generation aren't used to the internet and blah blah, and how much attention you're getting and all this. And I'm making all these excuses in my mind. I wouldn't dare put it in the chat because I'm not going to cape for him. But in my mind, I'm still going through the emotional, like, should I make fun of him? Should I help him? Is he okay? And then to hear him sympathize with a man that would buck up on somebody's mother, somebody's grandmother, that it disgusted me that I even felt bad for him. And I just wanted to express that. And I know that was kind of selfish of me, but
No, I mean,
yeah.
I think it's important, and obviously I'm tired, but I think that the subtle ways in which I give concession and grace, a lot of people can't interpret those. And it's been really frustrating. Instead of like going all out and like actually dragging and like just dominating, I usually decide no, and let's move on. It happened the last live where Prince Petty drew up the thing and we were all having fun, and I was like, okay, let's stop now because whatever. Today again, after I realized the table was one of the tables I had, and I realized that it alone would not show what the stat was, I attempted to just move on, right? Like, and I think maybe they're thinking, "Oh, I don't know what I'm doing." So the reality is he's gonna prove something, and so instead of that, I'm just gonna start going all out and just dragging, because like not dragging people, but like showing people where they're wrong, because this is kind of ridiculous now. I don't like embarrassing people. I hate embarrassing people. I don't think it's fun. Doing it, and I know for a fact the person on the receiving end doesn't like it. So I'm not I try to end things where people have dignity and feel like they were able to retain some level of dignity, and so it doesn't feel combative. But I think in my attempts to do that, I just make it worse. I think I just make it worse. So it is what it is. Thank you, TBMOTH. Months ago, I found your channel and finally found the kind of thoughtful, intelligent, and compassionate discussion I was looking for. Many universal blessings to you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think ultimately, I don't understand envy. So that actually, I don't like hearing that. By the way, Prince Fred, you are in rare form. I'd actually do appreciate seeing you like that. LB, you were saying something?
Oh, I wanted to add about the man that's going to the sorry, about the man that went to his woman's mother for the housing. Note that he did not go to his own mother or his own family, and that makes me question the state of his family, whether or not he had a family structure or family support. And that brings me back to Black men need to actually provide for, protect, and care for and nurture their families, because if his father had set it up so that he had somewhere to go to in a situation like that, it wouldn't even be an issue in the first place. And I say this because it all, no matter what, and it always goes back to the Black family structure. And if the man's supposed to be the head of the household, then it falls back on the Black man. And instead of going to cuss out somebody's grandma, he should have went to his daddy and talked about that. And generally, like, I see it in other cultures. Like, I have Asian friends and white friends, and like everybody else, they go through things and they have the opportunity to go back to their homes and to lean on their families or to lean on their parents, even if the parents aren't together, because family is valued in those communities. And it's sad to me that like, and this personally like offended me because like I said, I've been in that situation, and what I didn't do is cussing out anybody's granny.
Yeah.
And so I'm just like, it's disgusting to me that Black people don't have that, like, as a collective. I know some of us do, and I have my mom to fall back on, but like if I needed my dad in that situation, I don't even know if I could go to my dad necessarily, because when I was younger, he was asking me to sign loans for houses and stuff. So it's like, um it's it's just weird how everything is, oh, the poor Black man. Like, I try so hard to not be anti-Black man, and like not being pro-Black man, because like that doesn't get anybody anywhere. But
Yeah.
I try not to be anti in a radical way, but it's so difficult because so many men think like the guy that was cussing out the dudes or the girls grandma or mom or whatever, and like the guy that came up on your stage today, it's just it's crazy.
Yeah. So many of it's was problematic, but the envy because of all the women was telling. Lawrence, thank you. The thing is, maybe men. The simple truth is, if this works, it's only because I see women as full human beings and not just sexual objects. So try that. Thank you all so much, and LB, thank you. Prince Betty, any final words?
I wanted to apologize. I think earlier I might have conflated assault and sexual assault from the woman's conversation the other day. And I admit I haven't looked at it recently. And I admit that because it's okay to say, hey, maybe I misremembered or it's not fresh in the mind or something like that, instead of fighting like he was, that he remembers exactly what happened in every scenario. But he pointed out that he's not a statistician. He's I think a recitation professor.
I don't know what he said. I don't believe anything he said. So
if he said recitation, what that means is that he teaches smaller classes where the interactions with the student and teacher is much more intimate and it's a more personal setting than normal. So he's getting close with these students, and he said he's teaching like basketball players or the NBA or something. So it's probably a majority of Black male students. And can you imagine the dozens and hundreds of Black men out there over the years who might have taken his class, if he even teaches? I don't even know if that was a lie or not. And they're out there thinking, oh, as long as I have a link to some irrelevant data, I win. And they go out to invalidate probably Black women using the lessons that they learned from him. They need to take back that statistician degree or whatever he has. I understand that whenever a white person starts talking about racist stuff online, Black people do that thing where they find out where they work. All I'm gonna say is do y'all thing.
Nope. We don't promote doxing.
No, well, yeah, let me not promote that. He doesn't listen to women. He was talking about Cynthia is a divester. The woman from the other day never said her husband hurt her, and it's because he doesn't listen. So how can you say you care about these women when you don't even
he doesn't hear anything at all.
Yeah. Quick note on that, and I'm going to leave you alone because the chat said to leave you alone and let you go to sleep. I just wanted to say on the thing about the woman, if you listen to her story from the live previously, it's implied that he did something so atrocious that he ended up in jail, even though she stabbed him how many ever times. The fact that he is imprisoned behind whatever he did that she was defending herself to shows that he did something that is more atrocious than her stabbing him X amount of times.
Yeah.
And that's all. I'm gonna let you go night night because I know you be tired and they do a lot over here.
Yeah. Good night, guys. I actually have an early morning tomorrow, very annoyingly, and Saturday. Have a good night. Miss Callie, welcome to the membership. Thank you. I think you're at the 12th level. So thank you so much. Have a good night.